Hey everyone, this is Manish from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on email marketing full course. In this full course, we will learn all about one of the most trendy technologies today, that is email marketing. We'll begin this full course video with what email marketing is and how to set up email marketing, the benefits of it, and A/B testing. After this, we'll look into the different types of email campaigns and how to engage new users with your emails, along with a hands-on demo using the MailChimp tool. We will then conclude this video by discussing the essential interview questions and answers to help every individual crack an interview. By the end of this video, I can assure you that all your email marketing career related queries would have been answered. For this training, with me, I have our experienced email marketing specialist, Rob and Rahul. Together, we will take you through the various topics of email marketing. So let's start with an exciting video on email marketing. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Welcome everyone. This is Rob Sanders with Simplilearn and welcome. Today we're going to talk about email marketing tutorial. So buckle up and let's get started with email marketing tutorial. And so let's start out asking the question, why email marketing? So Linda is the owner of an e-commerce company. And basically she isn't able to take her leads, the leads she's collecting per day, per month, and convert them into customers. Okay, so customers sign up, but they don't buy her product. So she's left scratching her head wondering what to do. So how's she going to solve the problem of converting the leads she gets into paying customers? Well, look no further than email marketing. So you can boost your sales funnel with the help of email marketing. So email marketing leads to email campaigns that lead to website visits that can lead to product purchasing. Email marketing is also it's a very good way to generate a high return on investment. So Linda thinks this is too good to be true. You're telling me it's a very efficient way to generate a return on my investment? How expensive is email marketing? Well, email marketing is neither expensive or time consuming. That's the beauty of email marketing. And so Linda is now very interested. We've piqued her interest. She wants us to explain email marketing to her in detail. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Buckle up and let's get started and talk about what is email marketing. So, as I mentioned to Linda, it's an efficient way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because we can send personalized emails to a specific audience, a targeted audience. If somebody's interested in our product, we can reach out to them via email. It can also be used to remarket pre-qualified leads. So anybody who's pre-qualified, we can go ahead and communicate with them as well. So email marketing is very effective at different stages in the funnel. Okay, so when I say funnel, customer life cycle. So we have awareness, consideration, purchase, retention, and advocacy. Okay, so let's talk about each one of these parts of the funnel or customer life cycle, if you will. So let's start with awareness at the very top. So email marketing allows customers to recognize their problems, after which you can educate them on how your brand can solve them. Okay, just like any other marketing channel, somebody's looking for something, a need of something, we can come to the rescue. In this case, we're going to come to the rescue with email, and we can go ahead and educate them on what their need is and how we can collaborate with them, help them, educate them, solve their problems with our product. Okay, so that's what email is going to do. We're going to communicate with them via email, and we're going to bring awareness to the problem by solving the problem. That's what email is good for. Okay, good for generating awareness for our brand. For example, we can share a newsletter with our customers. So if we're running a cosmetics company, we can basically educate them on the 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. Okay, so we can get them to click on the call to action to learn more. So if somebody's having some skincare issues or not sure what products to buy, an email can cover that. Okay, the next step in the customer life cycle is consideration. So customers focused on searching for relevant products and compares the products with similar ones. Okay, so they're definitely looking, they're a little further in the process, they're educated, they know what they're looking for, so we can really hit them with the right email. We can send a relevant email to promote our product. Okay, discover that perfect moisturizer for your skin, that perfect skin moisturizer. Smooths, hydrates, and contains SPF 20. So we got the perfect product for that person who's further along the funnel and really is ready to purchase that product. So we can hit that person up with the perfect messaging. Let's talk about purchase, the next step in the life cycle. Well, with purchase, we can send an email that encourages that customer to purchase our product by offering them something. Okay, by giving an offer. For example, we can give a discount. Discounts always tend to work. So that moisturizer that particular customer was considering buying, well, they can move from consideration to purchasing because we're going to offer them a discount they can't refuse. Okay, so it could be for a specific date. Okay, it could be something that's going to get them excited to buy the product. 20% off a moisturizer is pretty good deal, and especially if that percentage off is better than the other products they were considering buying. So getting somebody that extra incentive to purchase the product goes a long way via email. Okay, we want to take that next step in the life cycle and nurture our relationship with customers to ensure they're loyal. Okay, if they've already purchased, how do we get them to purchase again? That's retention. We want to retain our customers. We want to get them back to buy the same product or similar products or completely different products in their inventory. So what do? We're going to send an email. We're going to send an email to active customers. Okay, we're going to give them an offer just for them, exclusively just for them. In this example, we're going to give them a combo pack, a facial kit at just $39 and get a sunscreen worth $10 for free. Okay, so you can come up with all sorts of different combinations on offers. Key is the offer is exclusively just for those who you want to target and retain as customers. Because if you just get somebody to purchase once, it's not going to work. Those people have already taken that step in the relationship where they trust your product, they purchase your product. Now you want to go ahead and treat that customer special by giving them an exclusive offer. And then what we want to do is advocacy. Last step in that customer lifestyle. We want to convert that active customer into brand advocates. Okay? We want that customer to talk about our brand for us. We want them to promote it and talk about it with their friends. So for example, we want to send an email to those customers to promote our products. Okay, so for example, we could say, hey, the sales of our products for this particular day or for this month is going to go to our favorite nonprofit. Could be educating poor children or cleaning up plastic in the ocean or saving animals. We want to be able to get them to speak on our behalf and say, look, guys, this is a really good company. They're offering me products exclusively. They've offered me discounts in the past. They have good products. They have a lot of different products. And on top of all that, they help. They help the environment. They help the needy. Okay, they care. And so we can go ahead and provide a call to action for these customers that are loyal to our brand and have them share the email with their friends to spread the word on what we're trying to accomplish for our nonprofit, or if anything, just get them to promote it. Maybe give them a discount for every friend that they get to buy our product. Okay, it doesn't have to necessarily be, just sharing with friends. It can be that extra incentive of giving them a discount if they do share with friends and their friends buy. Okay, so this is the customer life cycle and examples of different emails that you can use at every step along the way in the life cycle. So let's talk about email marketing setup. So email marketing setup, we have a series of steps that we need to go through in order to get our email set up to go ahead and send out to our target audience. And that first step is we want to identify that target audience and create segments. So if you've taken and listened to some of my webinars in the past about Google Analytics, about Google Ads, we talk about segmenting. So it's about targeting a specific audience. That's what segmenting is, taking a piece of the whole. So we don't want to email all users on our list, all customers. Maybe we want to target a specific segment. Okay, so we want to be able to identify that segment. Who is that segment? Is it somebody who, or is it a group of people, or, a partial list of our customers who purchased a specific product? I would say so, versus say our entire list of customers, because our entire list of customers can purchase a number of different products. And so by targeting a specific segment of our audience or our customer base, we can hone in on the message. So if they all have something in common, like they all bought that moisturizer, then we can go ahead and be specific with our messaging. Then we want to create campaigns and set an appropriate call to action. Okay, so what is it that we want to say to these people, this segment of users? Then once you create that campaign and set up the messaging and call to action, we want to test the email before we actually click send. This is a very important step. Test that email before we send. And then when we send the campaigns immediately, or we can schedule a time. So my advice here is always schedule a time. You want to be able to figure out the best time to send that email. And then once the email is sent, whenever that is, you want to be able to analyze performance. And there are some key metrics that you want to hone in on when we talk about email marketing. And some of those are open rates, click-through rates, okay, response rate. Okay, so we want to be able to hone in on certain key metrics when it comes to emails. So here's what we need to do: create our list, add contacts to our list, create our campaign. Okay, we want to select the list, choose a format, modify the template, and then send the email campaign. So these are some basic checklists that you want to do. So let me give you an example and go to MailChimp. So if I'm in MailChimp, basically I'm going to create a campaign. Okay, so it's an email that I'm going to work with, and you can see with MailChimp I have some examples here: regular, automated, plain text, or A/B test. I want to do a regular email. Hey, I'm just going to call it test, and I'm going to click begin. Okay, so we want to add our recipients. Who are we going to add? So we're going to choose our audience. Okay, so we're just going to choose a sample test for now. Okay, we can personalize the to field if we want. Okay, so what do we want to do? We want to call people by their first name, their last name, their first and last name, or we can customize it. Just go with first name to keep it a little bit personal. Okay. Then we have the subject line here. So it's all about messaging, right? So whoever we're targeting, we want to be able to add a message. So we're just going to say, and subject line is very key here. So you want to have a subject line that's really going to resonate with your audience. So whoever that segment audience is, we want to make sure that the subject line is going to resonate with them so that they can open up that email. Okay, so we'll just say, have any good day. We can make it better. Just as an example, something that's going to be attention grabbing, if you will. Okay. You can always tweak the subject line. In fact, my advice is always do A/B testing on the subject line, so you can do 2 different subject lines with one email to figure out which one has better open rates. And then with MailChimp, we can go ahead and design the content of our email. So we're going to click design email. Okay, we can select a template. We have some saved templates already, okay? Or we can go with a theme. So MailChimp has a lot of good offers. Now there's a lot of different email platforms out there. I particularly like MailChimp because of this very feature. They have a lot of good themes here, a lot of different layouts that you can use. Okay, so we're going to showcase that product. Okay, and that's the template we're going to use here. So here we go. We're going to showcase our product. We're going to add that photo of our product here. And we're going to go ahead and put some nice messaging in here with some nice call to action. We can put our logo up here for branding. Again, we can edit the content here. So based on that segmented list, in this example, for Linda's company, maybe she wants to target those folks who bought her moisturizer before, her face moisturizer, and she wants to retarget them. She wants to go ahead and say, hey, you guys have bought my product before. Check out this new face moisturizer that we have to offer. So whatever the case is, you want to be able to plan that out ahead of time. You want to be able to plan out who your audience is. You want to plan out your messaging, and you want to go ahead and set up the messaging based on that audience. So once you have the messaging in place, voila, you're more or less ready to go. Okay, so once you get the content all set up, you can schedule that campaign, okay, and you can also add a social post to your campaign, so we can share that information on social. So email integrates nicely with social media. So again, that's pretty much what you need to do here. You need to really think about who it is you want to target. Choose those recipients, okay? Customize it, make it personal. Create a good subject line. In fact, create 2 subject lines, and then align that content with that audience. Okay, that's really the checklist here. So again, we look at this checklist, creating our list. Who do we want to send the email to? So we added our contacts to the list. We set up the campaign. We selected the list. We chose the format. We modified it with a good subject line, with some good messaging, and then we're going to schedule that email campaign. So that's the checklist to go off of, okay? So remember, identify, target audience, and create segments. And then you create that campaign. And in our case, we did set an appropriate call to action. Get shopping, basically. We want people to shop our new moisturizer. Key thing here is before we send it out, we want to test that email. Once everything looks good, we're going to, I would advise schedule it, but you can always send the email when you're ready. I would schedule it at the appropriate time and day. Okay, so in this case, you don't want to send an email out on a Friday afternoon, okay, when people are getting ready for the weekend. You certainly don't want to send an email out over the weekend because you're not going to have many people look and open it. And you probably don't want to send the email out on a Monday morning when most people are getting into the office from a long weekend and catching up on emails. So from my experience, Tuesday, Wednesday, depending on your time zone, I would always say, late morning, early afternoon tends to be a good time, but that's why we have performance. That's why we can analyze performance. We want to be able to see what the open rates are and the click-through rates are so that we can make adjustments for future emails. So let's talk about some of those metrics. So when you do send that email, we're going to look at that open rate. And so open rate is the percentage of the total number of recipients who open an email. So, okay, so if we basically, send it to X amount of people, minus those emails that have bounced. So let's just say, we sent it to 102 people. Okay. For simplicity's sake, 2 of those emails bounced. Okay. So that means that we've had 100 net 100 emails that received the email. And let's just say 75 opened the email. Okay. We wrote such a good subject line that they opened it. Okay. That's 75%. That's a 75% open rate. And that's how you measure open rate. Click-through rate. Okay, so if they open it, we hope that they click on something. And so for all of those emails that were delivered, okay, in this case 100, how many actually did click on our call to action? So let's just say 75 opened it out of the 100, that's a 75% open rate, but of the 100 that actually were delivered, let's just say we had 25 that actually clicked on the call to action. And so that's 25%. Okay. And so you want to be able to measure not only who opens it, but who clicks on the call to action. So that's click-through rate for email marketing. And then response rate. So it's the percentage of the total recipients who clicked on a link of your email campaign and actually completed the action. So in our example, we're trying to get people to click on the shopping call to action and get them to purchase. So we sent 100 emails, and of the 25 who actually clicked, we had 10 who actually took action and purchased. So 10 divided by 100 is 10%. So you have open rate, click-through rate, and response rate. Those are some key metrics for email marketing. Okay, the first step is you got to get people to open it. That's where the subject line is so important. Click-through rate, that's where the messaging and call to action is so important. We want to get people to click on that call to action. And then the response rate, we want them to buy. So those are our 3 key metrics related to email marketing. So let's take a look at an example. If we go back to our email marketing platform, MailChimp in this example, we're going to take a look at some reports. So most email marketing platforms have reporting functionality built in. And so in this case, what we want to do is we want to be able to take a look at the open rate, click-through rates of the emails that have been sent out previously. So here we could see our April email, coupon versus tools promo. Okay, so we've had basically, opens and clicks. So 14% open rate, 1.4% click-through rate. Okay, so the March email that went out did a little bit better, 19% open, 2.5% on the click-through rate. So here we could see how many people actually were sent, how many opened it, and how many clicked. So this is MailChimp, makes it very easy for us to measure open and click rates. And then we can measure by revenue as well based on the campaign. So that's measuring the response rate. So it's all built in. So most email marketing platforms have open rate and click rate already built into the functionality, so you can measure those two metrics against any email. So let's talk about the benefits of email marketing. So what are some of the benefits? Well, we've already mentioned to Linda that it's cost effective. It's time saving, real-time marketing, less intrusive, builds credibility, increases visibility and brand awareness, and it's an easy way to track ROI. These are all the benefits for email marketing. We're going to go talk about some of these now. So basically, when we talk about cost effective, some email marketing platforms charge based on the number of users who you send the email to. Time saving, well, you saw how quick it took me to set up that email campaign. The key is figuring out who you want to send it to. When we talk about real-time marketing, we're sending this email out basically in real time, trying to meet our customers' needs at the right time. It's less intrusive because we can customize the emails. Okay, we can, as you saw, I can put first name in there to make it more personal. So when something's more personal, it's less intrusive, especially if it's a segment that already knows your brand. Okay, builds credibility. Hey, we gain credibility when we offer exclusive offers to repeat customers, or, try and build advocacy by working with nonprofits. Okay, it increases visibility and brand awareness. Why? Because, we could send our email out to a large group of people, and that's a good way to generate brand awareness. And as you saw, we can easily measure, not only open rates, click rates, but ROI. So how many people from that email went on and purchased? So we can measure that. It's very easy to measure email. So let's move into A/B testing. So A/B testing is key to email marketing. So in email marketing, gaining high open rates and click-through rates will result in more website visitors and sales. Okay. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. We get more opens, we get more people to click. We get more people to click, we're going to get more people to purchase. Okay? But it's not as easy as it sounds. So how do we make that possible? Well, we're going to do that via A/B testing. I've already mentioned it when I set up my example campaign in MailChimp. I stressed and stressed and stressed that we need to have 2 subject lines go out per email. Okay. So before I stress that again, let me just reiterate what A/B testing is. And A/B testing is a method to analyze which of the 2 email campaign strategies is most effective in terms of high open rates and click rates. Okay. So in this case, in A/B testing, you can send out 2 emails. You can send out 2 subject lines. You can send out 2 call to actions. You're just really what you're doing is you're testing one against the other. That's what A/B testing is. And so in my example, I talked about that subject line. So for better results, A/B testing can be done with the subject line. It can also be done with the email content. So the subject line impacts the open rate. Okay, so I wrote a subject line. I don't even know how that subject line is going to perform. But if I write a second subject line, then I'll be able to basically give myself a better chance of getting a better open rate because I'm offering up 2 different subject lines. Likewise for email content. So the subject line and email content are the most important elements. So we want to be able to test them. If they're interesting, intriguing, attention grabbing, then it's gonna, in the case of subject lines, result in open rates. If the content itself is interesting, engaging, a good offer, good call to action, then the click rates are going to be increased. So we want to be able to serve up variations for our audience. So we want to consider an example of an A/B test where Linda has set up 2 variations of the email campaign as an example. So she's going to send 2 different subject lines to test which one generates more open rates, because that's what subject line A/B testing is going to do. One of them is going to have a higher open rate. Okay? So in our example here, Linda sends version A of the email to 50% of the recipients with the subject line, 3 important strategies to increase your open rate. Well, version B, which is sent to the other 50%, has the subject line, 3 important strategies to increase your open rate. So the only difference here is 3 and 3, the number 3 spelled out. Well, because she sent out 2 different subject lines, she's going to now be able to measure the success of that A/B test. Okay. And it just so happens version A has a higher open rate. Numbers always tend to work in subject lines, by the way. So Linda sends version A of the email to 50% of the recipients. Okay, $80 today, but $90 tomorrow. And version B to the remaining 50%. $80 today, $90 tomorrow. And the only really succinct difference here is using the word but versus a comma. And she sent that email out, and that email went out, and the data is coming in, and she's going to measure the success of that A/B test. Well, version B has the higher open rate. You know, we want to be short, succinct, and stay away from those conjugations like but. Okay? It tends to have a negative connotation. So the shorter, more direct email or subject line, $80 today, $90 tomorrow, not so passive, more direct, and that tend to have the higher open rate. So you always want to test those subject lines to generate high open rates. Another example here. Version A again gets 50% with the subject line, uh-oh, your prescription is expiring. Version B, your prescription is expiring. You folks listening to this webinar right now, wonder which one you think will perform. Go ahead and put your comments right below this video. I'm curious what version of the subject line you would open. So let's go ahead and measure the success of the A/B test. Okay, so she sent the email out, 2 different subject lines. 50% got one subject line, the other 50% got the other subject line. And it just so happens version A. Uh-oh, your prescription is expiring. There's a little bit of a, personalization to that. For me, your prescription is expiring seems to be a little bit more, commandish. Hey, your prescription's expiring, so we expect you to purchase. Where you have the little uh-oh in front, it's like, hey, I think your prescription's expiring. Maybe you should think about renewing it, okay? I think that's how that's interpreted. At least that's how I interpret it. So I would probably go ahead and click on that email with that subject line. So you could see subtle differences in the subject lines make a big difference in open rates. So in order to keep improving those open rates, you need to continue, and not continue, you should always do subject line testing. Always. Because one subject line is always going to have a better open rate than the other. So always do A/B testing when it comes to subject lines and email content for that matter. Okay. So we're always going to do continuous A/B testing. So with continuous A/B testing, we can test various elements of the email campaign. So you can always test the sender's name, the subject line, the copy, the call to action, the design, the imagery. There's a lot of different elements you can test with emails. For example, sender's name. Okay, so you want to personalize it as much as you can. Okay, you don't want to do a no reply. You want it to come from a human being. In this case, Sam. Okay, at least that's what I think. Let's see what the test states. No surprise, version A has the higher open rate. If you customize these things and personalize them, then it goes a long way. Sending an email from a no reply is not a good best practice. Let's talk about the subject line again. So we got webinar, increase your email open rates. Webinar, increase your email open rates. So the webinar is dynamic on version A. Okay, so we're sending that out. And because it's dynamic, that's going to, beat out the static. Webinar, increase your email open rates. A lot more elements we can test here. So for example, the email copy. So learn some easy ways to increase your email open rates. Join us on May 10th, 2019, 7 p.m. for an interactive discussion with our experts. Well, version B is more personalized. It's the same message, but we're actually addressing someone specific, in this case, Rachel. So we can measure the success of the A/B test, but it's no surprise that anything that's customized, that comes from somebody, a name, with a dynamic email subject line, is going to perform better. It's going to increase open rates, and it's going to increase click rates. So we can also test that call to action. The difference here is coloring. Save my seat yellow versus save my seat blue. Again, go ahead and play along here. If you're watching this, go ahead and add a comment and just see if you're right. Do you think it's blue or you think it's yellow on the call to action? Color does go a long way in email marketing. So let's measure the success of this A/B test, and it just so happens yellow is going to perform better. Why does yellow perform better than blue? Well, it's more positive. Plus, it kind of resonates a little bit stronger and easier. Okay, it stands out a little bit better. It's not as pastel-y and dull as this shade of blue we're using. So you can see here, we're testing every bit of the elements of the email. Anything from the from, to the subject line, to the message, to the call to action. And so at the end of the day, you want to be able to send out the best email that's going to give you the best results. So we're going to send that out, the entirety of the email, and we could see version A looks a lot better. And why does version A look a lot better in this example? Because look at the font size is a little bit bigger. Version B, font size smaller, harder to read. That's another thing you can test. Larger fonts tend to do a little bit better. Now you don't want to go overboard and have them, 48 points or 50 points or plus. 14 versus 12 goes a long way. We can continue testing. We can test imagery. You can see here we have a hand aligned with the call to action. They just look different. That's all. Version A has one type of hand. Version B has the other type of hand aligned with the call to action. Let's go ahead and send out that test and see what works. Well, version B works. Why? The hand stands out a little bit more clear. It doesn't blend in with the call to action. So you can see we're testing different elements here, and we're always improving and adding to what's working. So we started out with a no reply versus somebody's name. Then we moved to a subject line. Then we moved to personalization. Then we moved to call to action. Then we moved to an increased font, meaning the design. And then we're adding imagery. So we're constantly improving the email with each test. Eventually, you're going to get to a point where, the email is going to be good, and you're going to just continue to test different options on it to continue to increase open rates, click rates, and response rates. Final output looks like this. Again, that personalized email response from Sam versus no reply. We got a nice dynamic subject line. We got a personalized email to Rachel with larger font. Okay, we got a nice call to action that stands out with a nice image to accompany that. So we've tested all these different elements. This is the best combination based on everything we tested. So when we get that email to go, this is what it's going to look like in the future. But guess what? We're not going to stop testing. So we can continue to test those subject lines, continue to test the messaging, continue to test the email design, continue to test different call to actions, continue to test different images. You're never going to stop testing with email marketing. Okay, so let's switch over to how to optimize the subject line. Subject line is such a key component to email marketing. So as we showed you in the last segment, we tested a subject line and we used a number. The number 3 versus 3 spelled out. Just so happens that numbers tend to do a little bit better. They're shorter, easier to read, and they resonate better. So include a number in your subject line. You can include an emoji in your subject line. Your emails come a long way. Emojis aren't just social media based. You can use emojis in subject lines. I'd highly recommend it. I just sent out an email last month with a subject line about, spring showers bring May flowers. And guess what emoji I had in that subject line? a flower. Okay, it may sound cheesy, but it goes a long way. So according to Experian, subject lines with emojis can increase open rates by 45%. People resonate with emojis, especially if they're positive emojis. Okay, so we want to personalize those subject lines for better open rate. Okay, when I say personalize, don't be so stale. Remember that subject line we tested, uh-oh? Just putting uh-oh in there made it sound like we actually cared. It was a little bit personal. It wasn't so personal, we weren't addressing a specific person, but one little word goes a long way in a subject line. Because when people get emails and they read emails, and a lot of people are inundated with emails, the subject line is what they're reading first. And just by personalizing it, adding a number, adding an emoji, and just making it positive and easier to read, they're likely to open that email. So personalized email messages can improve click-through rate and open rates as well. So you want to personalize your email as much as you can, whether that be from the from field to putting that person's name in the salutation. So personalized subject lines have been found to increase open rates by up to 50%. So don't come across as spammy, come across as you know who your audience is and you're talking to them. And then you will want to prefer title case subject lines. So title case subject lines. For example, when I say title case, Game of Thrones is my favorite show. Every initial letter in that title is capitalized. Okay, you can go with the sentence case. Game of Thrones is my favorite show. It doesn't stand out as much. Of course, if you go with lowercase, it definitely doesn't stand out. It looks illiterate, and somebody's probably not going to open it. So you always go with that title case. Every initial letter gets capitalized. So how to optimize that subject line? Well, watch the length of your subject line. You want to be conscious of character counts. So 17 to 24 characters. You want to keep it short, succinct, and to the point, but personalized with an emoji, with initial caps on each word to make it stand out. But you have to do that within 17 and 24 characters. So according to Campaign Monitor, the ideal length of a subject line is up to 24 characters, and they're more likely to boost those email rates. Okay, so keep it short, but make it impactful, make it personalized like I mentioned before. If you get too long, then it may get cut off and it may not have the same impact as something shorter. So that's why we always recommend keeping it up to about 24 characters. Okay, if you go over by a couple characters, not the end of the world, but try and stay within that range. Develop a sense of urgency. Okay, so when we say sense of urgency, we mean sense of urgency, meaning if that coupon's going to expire, you want to let people know it's going to expire that day or the next day or within a few days. Okay, so you can use things like hurry up or limited offer or limited stock or offer expires on. Okay, so add a bit of sense of urgency. I mean, the sky's not falling here, but if that coupon's expiring at the end of the week, you probably want to mention something to the effect of, hey, offer's expiring or hurry up. So let's talk about optimizing your email content. So we focused a lot on subject lines. Let's talk about the email content itself. So some ways to optimize email content are we want to send the content that is relevant to customer expectations. So content needs to match that expectation. We want to use bullet points to make the content readable. We want to follow logical structure. We want to use compelling imagery and prefer design emails with responsive designs. And what we mean by responsive design is, hey, most people are going to be checking that email on their mobile phone. Okay, so make sure when you design the email, it's also going to be good, not just on desktop, but on tablet and mobile as well. And then of course, this goes without saying, but avoid grammatical mistakes. Go ahead and spell check it. And that's why we put an emphasis on testing your email before you actually send it. And when you actually send an email, test email, don't send it to yourself. Send it to colleagues, send it to another group, a fresh set of eyes that is going to be able to pick out that misspelled word that you overlooked. So I can't stress the sending of the test email because it's going to be able to, in a way, ensure that you're doing everything on this list. In addition to grammatical mistakes, the person who's receiving your test email, your colleague at work, may be looking at that email on their mobile phone. And if it doesn't look good to them, they're going to let you know. Some other ways to optimize email content: personalization. So we did that on the A/B testing. You always want to personalize it. Question is, hey, do I use first name? Do I use first and last name? Well, guess what? You can test that, but you want to personalize it. Okay, you want to choose the right fonts and colors for your email. So when we were going through some examples on testing, I always tend to go a little bit larger on the font, but you could play around with it. I don't think you should probably use white lettering on a black background. That just is not very good or best practice, but go ahead and try it if you want. Okay, you can always play around and test these, but you want to choose something that's really going to resonate with the recipient of the email. Okay, you want to build a rapport with customers by sharing insights they value. For example, the beginning of this webinar, we talked about advocacy. We talked about, sharing with them some of the nonprofits that we work with as a company. Okay, if we have a cosmetics company and we have different products like moisturizers and facial creams, we may want to state that, hey, we don't use any animals in the testing of these products. We're pro-animal. We're not going to use animals in the testing of our products. And that probably resonates with a lot of your customers. So you want to go ahead and build a rapport with those customers by sharing those insights. Okay? And use recipient names. And you always want to personalize it. And then add a clear call to action at the end. You always want to have that call to action, regardless of what the email is. Hey, it could be just a simple read more, or hey, donate. It doesn't have to always be so hardcore in terms of, hey, purchase our product. That could be a turnoff, especially if you're sending emails out once a week to your customer base. If you're constantly hammering them with buy now, buy now, buy now, they're going to get turned off. So you want to mix up the call to actions. And that goes back to the very first step. And what kind of email are you going to send out and who are you going to send it to? So you have to align those two. If it's somebody who doesn't even know who your brand is, you're not going to put a call to action of buy now. You're probably going to say, hey, check us out. We have some cool stuff for you. Okay, let's talk about automating emails. Email automation. So triggered emails are sent to customers based on an event, date, or user behavior. Okay, so when we say an event, it could be a special occasion like Mother's Day. Okay, it could be a date like a birthday or anniversary or a specific day of the week. Can also be based on user behavior. A good example of user behavior are those who abandon the cart. You can trigger an email. In fact, MailChimp has remarketing functionality. So with MailChimp, hey, if somebody abandons our cart, we can have an email triggered. And we could send an email, a nice email that says, hey, we noticed you didn't finish purchasing our product. And I'm not sure what happened, but hey, here's another 10% off. Or you can always just make product recommendations as well. But you want to react to user behavior and use emails to your advantage for that. So you want to be cognizant of different occasions. You want to be cognizant of special events, holidays, etc., and user behavior. So these types of emails can be automated because you know when they might happen or that they are probably going to happen. So autoresponder emails are sent at frequent intervals based on the behavior of subscribers. So for example, if somebody purchases something, then you're going to get an email that probably says, hey, thank you for your purchase. Another email that says, hey, your product's on its way. And then another email that says, hey, your package or product has been delivered. So that's an example of an automated email that goes out. If somebody purchases your product, you probably want to thank them for that. And then you probably want to let them know that, hey, it's on its way. Here, you could track it. And then again, you want to confirm that it's been delivered, but thank them again. So that's an example of an automated email that goes out. Okay, let's talk about types of email campaigns. So we have different types of email campaigns. And the first is a newsletter. So with email newsletters, subscribers are connected and informed about product updates. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a product they buy. It could be a product they subscribe to, like software. Okay, you always want to be able to send out that newsletter to let them know what's going on with your product. Are there upcoming product updates ahead? Is there one that just happened? Is there a webinar that discusses the new product update? So that's what the newsletter is going to do, inform the end user about the update. So how to optimize? Okay, so you stack your email content, create a compelling header, share different variety of useful content like videos, articles, etc. with those recipients, and then follow a consistent schedule. So that's how you handle a newsletter. You should always create a compelling header, but if you're going to send out a newsletter, make sure you support it with some good information, like a video that they can go watch, or an article that will follow up on what you put in the email, or promoting that webinar that's going to talk about that product update. Okay, so example here is a newsletter that gets sent out, and here you can see it talks about business process. It's got some nice imagery in there. Okay, call to action. It's got a little bit of everything in this email template. Okay, and that's when we talk about stack your email content, that's what you talk about stacking. You can see at the top, it's got work with the industry best. Subscribe now. Okay, they validate that with 25 years of top-notch service. Then they talk about hiring the best talent. Then you got the next bit of content below that. So that's stacked email content. Okay, that's going to be supported by a compelling header. And then they're going to share a variety of different content in there. Like there could be clicks in there to videos and articles. Moving on from newsletters to promotional emails. So we want to be able to drive revenue by sending special offers through promotional email. Okay, so how do we optimize a promotional email? Well, we want to personalize the campaign. Okay, promotional, we want to definitely personalize it. Include time-sensitive offers. We want to get people to react. Okay, so that means, adding a sense of urgency in the title and the subject line. Okay, you can send offer emails on holidays. If it's Mother's Day, hey, send it a couple days before or even send it on. If it's personalized, then you can say, hey, so-and-so, we know you're a mother. Here, take 20% off. I mean, that kind of personalized email with an offer goes a long way. Here, an example from Tom's. Limited time, extra 20% off all styles. They include the code in there. Okay, again, you can see the sensitivity and the sense of urgency with the limited time. Another email campaign type, and personally one of my favorites, is abandoned cart. So abandoned cart emails. I like working with abandoned cart emails because, we want people to purchase. And as much as you try on your email marketing campaign to drive traffic to the website, and as hard as the website works to get people to convert through the shopping cart, it's never going to be 100%. And so abandoned cart emails give us that extra incentive to get that person back to the shopping cart to purchase. Okay, so these emails are shared with customers who have added product to their cart but didn't finish through the checkout process. In other words, they didn't purchase the product. So it's an effective way of sales recovery. It gives us another opportunity to reach out to that person who just is almost there but not quite ready to finish the purchase. So what are we going to do? We're going to send out an email for those that abandon their cart. And we're going to use a simple abandoned cart email template. Okay, you want to be simple here. You don't want to get complicated. We're trying to make this easy for them to finish purchasing the products. And we want to definitely personalize it. Okay, we want to send a series of email reminders. Okay, in your email reminder, add a product image. So as customized as it could be even the product image of what they've abandoned. And that's the best practice. So if it's that facial moisturizer that Linda's trying to promote and she can't quite get enough people to finish purchasing the product, they're abandoning the cart, well, she can certainly send out the abandoned cart email. Okay, so for example, you want to personalize it. Hey, you forgot to complete your order. You left something in your cart. Can we help? Email 2. Hi there, so-and-so. Items in your shopping cart are selling out quickly. It's a gentle reminder. Okay, so come across a little bit different here. Okay, email 3. Hey, so-and-so, 20% off on your cart, valid until so-and-so. Offer on your favorite product. So the first email that went out in the series of emails, it's, hey, you forgot something. Hey, is there anything we can do to help you complete the product purchase? Email 2 is just that gentle reminder. Hey, we're selling out quickly. You might want to purchase that product. And email 3 is to really help them along by saying, hey, here's 20% off, valid until so-and-so. So just a small series of emails that go out, try and get somebody back into the shopping cart. Okay, let's talk about re-engagement campaign. So in a re-engagement campaign, it's a series of emails sent to inactive email subscribers. So what it does is it boosts engagement and helps to maintain a high inbox placement ratio. Inbox placement ratio. So we want to be able to make sure that we're getting people back on our subscriber list. So how are we going to optimize for something like this? These are difficult type of email campaigns. We're trying to re-engage with people who are inactive. So we want gamification to re-engage subscribers, or we want to prefer subject lines like, hey, we've been missing you, or did we do something wrong? Okay, we can run a poll or competition to re-engage with our subscribers. So for example, hey, we'd hate to miss your birthday. Go ahead and update your account. This is a Starbucks email. So we'd hate to miss your birthday. So it's that, message of missing you. You can always soften or sweeten the deal with an offer as well. So that brings us to how to engage with new subscribers. So we just talked about re-engaging with inactive. We want to talk about engaging with new subscribers. So how to engage with new subscribers? Well, thank your subscribers for joining. Okay, create clear and compelling subject lines. That is a must regardless of what type of email you send out. You always want to send out that compelling subject line. Okay, notice the good examples within 17 to 24 characters. Know the ideal time to message. Okay, again, sending it on the weekend's not going to work. Okay, sending it out during the weekday, in the morning, mid-morning, sometimes in the afternoon works. It really depends on who your audience is. But weekends probably aren't going to work. Okay, avoid the no reply sender name. Again, personalize it. You're either Sam or Rob or so-and-so, Sally. Let them know that the email's coming from a real person. Okay, because if it doesn't come from a real person, most people aren't going to respond. Okay, we want to let our subscribers know the privacy policy. So we want to let them know that we abide by a privacy policy. Okay, that's, getting, straight with people who are new. They don't know your brand. They don't know your privacy policy. They don't want to get spammed, in other words. So putting that out there makes you more transparent and trustworthy. Okay, and again, personalization, always personalize. If it's new, if it's inactive, repeat customers, loyal customers, lifetime customers, you should always personalize. And you should always be courteous and always thank them. And then prefer attractive email designs. Okay, work with something that's going to be eye-catchy. And then most important is include an unsubscribe link. I can't tell you how annoying it is to get an email and not have the unsubscribe link there. That makes me want to unsubscribe. Even if it was a good email, I still look for that because maybe they're a good company, but they're spamming me. They're sending me too many emails. So maybe I want to unsubscribe or change my subscription. So you always want to include that unsubscribe link. In fact, in the United States, it's actually law. So there is regulation about that, around that. So you need to include an unsubscribe link. It's just common courtesy, if anything. So it bodes well. Okay, of course you don't want people to unsubscribe, but you don't want them to get annoyed either. Okay, let's talk about email marketing tools. So we talked about MailChimp. So there are plenty of email marketing platforms out there. I use MailChimp. I've used a few in the past, like Marketo. I've used Zoho, Vertical Response. So there are a lot of different tools out there. Here, some of them, again, MailChimp, Marketo. Marketo is a marketing automation tool or system, and Marketo is good for sending those automated emails. HubSpot, ConvertKit, Sendinblue, Aweber. I mean, these are just some of the many that are out there. Okay, so let's show a demo again of an email marketing campaign. So let's show an example of a newsletter that one of my clients had sent out. And so this is Paul Ekman Group. Paul Ekman, Dr. Ekman inspired the TV show Lie to Me. So well known in the industry of micro expressions. He's the aforementioned expert in micro expressions. And he sends out email marketing campaigns. And he sends out a monthly newsletter. So this is a newsletter that was sent out in November 2018. And if we look at it, you can see here, okay, it's stacked content, nice imagery. Okay, respectful disagreements. How to deal with disagreements this holiday season. So really relevant, personalized and timely because it was set in November during the holiday season. So got some nice imagery there. Okay, we got content in here. And then right below that on the stack content, what do we have? Final hour, 24 hours, 25% off. So that sense of urgency built into the email. Then here you go. You have some other content in there based on the face of contempt. Okay, just an example of a micro expression. And then right below that, what do we see? We see a call to action. Learn how to use micro expressions to your advantage. So call to action here. Then we have some more information here with the learn more. So a newsletter that went out, basically a blog post built into the email with some nice content, reminding folks, hey, they have 24 hours, got some other useful information in the email. So this email went out, very timely, 98,000, okay. See subject line here, controversy, respectful disagreements, and Thanksgiving, okay. Could the subject line be a little bit shorter? Yes, possibly, but if we look at the open rate, 15%, 16% open rate, okay. Industry average in education and training is 18%, okay. So they're close to the industry average. On the click rate, 1.6% on the click rate, industry average 2.1. So we can see what the top links were clicked. Okay, so they have a lot of links, and MailChimp will help you measure what links were clicked the most. Who subscribed, what subscriber with the most opens. We can see opens by country. But that's an example of a newsletter for this particular company. Okay, stacked content. Okay, sense of urgency. Okay, you can see the subject line. Timely newsletter. So this is a good example of an email for the time of year. Okay, so let's go over the checklist again for email marketing. So good reminders on the checklist. This is a checklist. You want to make sure all boxes are checked. You want to create interesting subject lines as they boost your open rates. Direct correlation with open rates is subject line. Okay, you want to keep your content relevant and consistent with your brand. You want to check the sender name. Okay, so you want to make sure not only is it personalized, but the name aligns with the email address. Okay, you should always personalize. Always personalize the subject line and the email copy text. Meaning, don't just say hello to Sally, Pete, Rob, Michael, etc. Always include an unsubscribe link in emails. Okay, give people the option to unsubscribe. Okay, you can always re-engage them another way or later on, but you don't want to irk any one of your potential customers. Use A/B testing. We talked about A/B testing in the webinar. There's lots of different elements we can test, from subject line to content to font to call to action to imagery to subject line, etc. There's no shortage of elements in an email you can test. You want to use welcome emails to build good customer relationships. So when somebody signs up for a newsletter, send out a welcome email to them. Hey, welcome. Thank you for signing up. You should always segment your list based on user behavior. So if you have a group of people who purchase product A, customize your email for product A, but you can mention product B and C in there, but know who your audience is so you can talk to your audience. Okay? And you can always ask your subscribers to update their preferences as well, because you want to make sure you're sending out emails to the right person, right address. Okay, so this is a short checklist. Now we can expand upon this, but these are some of the most of the key items when it comes to email marketing. Some other items on the checklist include features such as countdown timers and live polls. Okay, make it interactive. Okay, choose the right email frequency. Don't be sending emails 3 or 4 times a week. Once a week is probably as much as you want to go, depending on what it is. If somebody purchases something, then you probably want to send an email thanking them for the purchase, another one letting you know the product has been shipped, and another one with thank you, the product has been received. Reward those subscribers. Send out exclusive offers. Okay, make sure your emails are optimized for mobile. That means send out test emails. and check it on different devices. Okay? Create a schedule. Okay? You can automate these emails, so create a schedule that makes the most sense. Have a footer and a header in the email, and in that footer and header is going to be some information. Okay? Just like I showed you with the microexpressions, there was a footer and header. Avoid spam filters. Okay? How do you avoid spam filters? Well, apply best practices. Okay? Don't have spammy subject lines. Have an actual name associated with the reply to email. And split up your list as well. When you send out one email to 150,000 people, it could probably get caught up in some spam. So segment out your audiences. Keep your audience list short so that your messaging can be specific to the audience. That's going to help avoid spam. And then, of course, you always want to measure and analyze results. So remember, a lot of these email marketing platforms have the results built in, especially open rates and click rates. We're going to talk about MailChimp. So we're going to go through the features and benefits of using MailChimp as your email content platform. So buckle up and let's get started with MailChimp. So the first thing you need to do is sign up for an account with MailChimp. And that's simply just providing an email address, an ID, and a password. And I recommend when you actually sign up for an account, you sign up with the free plan first. And let's take a look at what the plan features are for MailChimp. So I'm recommending the free plan, but when you actually sign up, you have the option to actually pay for a plan. So you have the essential, the standard, the premium, or the free. And so I recommend you go with the free version first. It's like buying a car. You want to test drive it out, see if you like it, see if you like the features and benefits. And you can see here that with the free plan, you get a lot of features and benefits. So you get all the basics for businesses that are just getting started. So if you're just getting started with email marketing, I would recommend the free plan here because you have a 2,000 contact maximum. So that means you can send out an email to your 2,000 recipients free of charge. So not a bad deal for businesses who are starting out. I mean, if you are prepared, you've used MailChimp before, then go ahead and sign up for one of the paid versions. Each version has a different set of standards, a different set of features and benefits. From the essential all the way up to the premium, where you're going to get advanced features and more customization. But that's $299 a month. So if you're not prepared to pay that amount, then my recommendation, start with that free plan. Now, when you actually do set up your account, you're just gonna, again, provide a ID, email address, and password. You're going to go through a couple of steps. And one of these steps that I would recommend you do right away is connect to your Facebook and Twitter accounts. So if you already have a Facebook and Twitter account, very simple. All you're doing is authorizing MailChimp to connect to the account. And the reason for that is when you actually connect your Twitter, Facebook account, you'll be able to then, share content on those platforms, and MailChimp will do that for you automatically. Okay, so here you're just asking it to more or less interact with the platform, social platform. And I recommend doing that as you're going through the setup process. Very simple to do. If you're already logged into your Twitter or Facebook account, all you need to do is click on the plus button as you go through the setup wizard and authorize MailChimp to access your Twitter or Facebook account. Here you can see what MailChimp's going to be able to do. They're going to be able to read tweets from your timeline, post tweets for you on your behalf if you want them to. You're going to allow MailChimp to see, create, and manage your advertising data, including the campaigns and audiences. And the reason for this is you may want to integrate your email marketing efforts with your social media efforts. And the great thing about MailChimp is, hey, look, if you want to post content on these platforms, you'll be able to. If you want to leverage other benefits from Facebook and Twitter and integrate them with MailChimp, you'll be able to. So having these two platforms, in the case of Facebook and Twitter, talk to MailChimp is a positive, because then you'll be able to do a little bit more, get your message out there a little bit more. So I highly recommend you take this as a necessary step when you're going through the setup. Now, it's optional, you don't have to, but I recommend it. Now, when you're actually setting up your account, you're going to be asked to, design a template. Okay, so you could pick a template, just by default, you could pick one just to get the account going, but you can always go back and add or change out the template. So here you can see I'm in the setup wizard, but I arbitrarily just chose a template. I can go back and choose some of the templates that are available to me. Now, again, you can create your own template if you want to. Okay, so you just click create template and you'll be, asked to choose kind of a, template that you can pretty much change and customize. So if you're thinking about sending out an email with an announcement, then that's the type of template you want to choose. And so here, now you can see we have a logo. We can change the announcement here. We can add photos, etc. So if I want to add my logo, I'm just going to go up to this top portion here, click that little pencil icon that'll allow me to edit. Here you can see it's the default logo. I don't really have a logo, so I can say replace it. I can also link to it. And here you can see in the Content Studio of MailChimp, I don't have any images to choose from, so I'm going to go ahead and upload one. And I'm going to go ahead and upload my logo that I've had on my desktop. Okay, so it's going to upload, and now I can select that and insert it. So now I have my logo as part of my template here. And you can also see you can add some styling here to this header part, so I can add a nice border around that. Okay, so I can align it center. I can go edge to edge. Okay, so I can customize the image in this particular template here. So I'm just going to click save and close. Now I'm ready to move on to the next part, which is just click on edit. I want to make an announcement. Okay, share your big news. Okay, we are having a launch party. Okay, so here you can see, again, just in this template, these quote-unquote announcement template, I'm able to just make changes to each section. Now I'm in the section of the announcement part where I can now customize the text. And you can see I can bold it. I can choose a different font, go Arial. I can choose the size. You can make it smaller, larger. Pretty easy to use. I could, again, style it with a different color. And so I can make multiple columns here if I want to. So there's a lot you can do just in this one section as well. So let's go ahead and just do one more thing here. Let's maybe color it or something. I mean, you can see I can add a link. Let's go ahead and make it blue. That's the background. So I want to change the background. So I'm just going to click Control Z. I'll change the color of the font itself. There you go. Very simple and easy to use. Now I can add photos here if I want to. So let's go ahead and edit this bottom part here. So I'm going to click again the edit icon. Okay, so here you can see I have 3 images in the template. I'm going to go ahead and add to that. So here I can go ahead and upload some files. So I have some files waiting for me on my desktop. I'm just going to go ahead and add them and upload them to the Content Studio. And now that I've uploaded them, I can select one of them to insert. Okay, now I'm going to go here, insert the second one. And now I'm going to grab the third one and insert that in its place. Here you can see now I can go ahead and, style each one of these if I want to. Okay, I can add a border again. Okay, I can go ahead and do rounded corners. Okay, settings. You can see how I can set it up so they're all vertical. I can do this. So I have a lot of flexibility in what I add to these particular, templates. Okay, this is again just the announcement template. And so now I'm going to click save and close. And here you can see I can add some other things to it if I wanted to. I can play around with the design and header. And once I'm done, really, if I'm happy with my email, I can just close it out and I'm done. So what I could do now is when you're done with this template, you can just preview and test it. So I could send a test email or enter preview mode. So if I enter preview mode, this is what the template I chose is going to look like if I happen to send it out. Okay, so this is what it looks like on desktop. This is what it looks like on mobile. And if I go inbox preview, I'll need to upgrade my account because I'm on the free version. So, but I can certainly see what it looks like on mobile and desktop. So I'm just going to click out of that. And this is a template. And so I can go back and edit this anytime I want. So when I'm done, I'm just going to go ahead and click the MailChimp icon in the upper left. It's going to ask me to name my template. So I'm going to name this the announcement template. I'm going to click save. And now it's in my templates. So I am free to use this template anytime I'm ready to send an email. Okay, and again, you saw how easy it was to make a change in the template itself. So when I'm ready to use the template, I can just go ahead and grab it. Okay, and again, I can go ahead and style it and design it any way I want. So you have different sections of the page that you can style. And here you got, mobile style designs if you wanted to. Now, if you wanted to in the template, if I want to like duplicate the whole block, I can duplicate that whole block, and you can see it just copied it, or I can just get rid of it. It's a very easily to use WYSIWYG, if you will, or interface. It allows, MailChimp allows from some easy, functionality, easy features to go ahead and manipulate and change to your liking. Okay, so again, I'm working with a template here. So anytime I'm ready to use that template for an email, I can go in and start using it. Okay, and if I go to templates, again, I'm going to find my template here. I can always edit it. I can always share it. I can always preview it. I can replicate it. And that's the important thing. So if I replicate it, I'm basically creating a copy of it. Okay, so I just created a copy. So now if I wanted to create or change the copy of it, I can do that. So if I don't like this whole block, I can just delete it. And now that I'm done, I can rename this. I'm just going to say announcement template v2. So now it's been renamed. And now I have two templates just simply by choosing one and replicating it. So again, if I go back to templates here I go, I have my two templates. And I can store these in a folder. So I'm going to add a folder. I'm going to call it announcements. And I'm going to add the folder. And that's it. So now I can store these in the folder. So you can organize all your templates in different folders if you want to. So I'm going to take these two templates here, move them to my announcements folder, and there you go. They're in the announcements folder. So if you're going to create multiple templates, then I would recommend you go ahead and organize it. Create folders, and set up as many folders as you want and need. It's because you're going to probably have different templates for different occasions. Depends on what type of email you're sending out. So I just chose arbitrarily an announcement type email. So now if I go back to create templates, okay, you can see again, let's go through some of these others. Again, I just chose make an announcement. You can tell a story, follow up, educate. You got all sorts of different templates that you could choose. All sorts. And here you got some themes. So you can even go with a theme if you wanted to. So for example, if you're selling products, let's just say you have a boutique store. Let's just choose this boutique template. If I choose this, here is my themed template. And so now, just like the other template I was working in, I can go ahead and edit this. Here you can see at the top, I got the middle section, I got all these different sections that I can now go ahead and edit. So it's just about, really it's about choosing the theme template that works best for you, and feel free to, try these different templates out and see what works best for you. So here you can add in certain things like, social share. So if I just drag and drop, I can add in a social share image card. So a lot of these themes are very flexible in what you can do in terms of the design, in terms of the content. So again, if you go back, and I'm going to cancel and not save this temp. Well, let's save it. We'll call it boutique. We may use it again in the future. So I'm going to go ahead and click save. And now it's a template. It's going to be located in templates. And again, if you always want to access templates, just go to templates. You'll see the templates that you already have created and edited. So you can edit them always just by clicking the edit button. Now that's, again, if you want to create a new template, just click on the create new template call to action. And again, you got themes, you've got layouts, or you can even create your own from scratch. You can import another template that you created in another email marketing platform. Or you could simply just do everything from scratch in HTML. So you have three different options here: layouts, themes, and creating a template on your own. Okay, and that's either by importing or by creating it from scratch. Okay, my recommendation, I like some of the layouts that MailChimp has. You can see a lot of flexibility here. And when you actually choose one, again, you're in full control of how to design and message it. So you're in full control of that. So if you just want to, again, tell a story, I'm going to select this template here. Okay, now I'm on the free version, so keep in mind with the free version, I don't have access to all the templates. So here I got to upgrade to use this one. But for example, if I don't see the message upgrade to use, then I'm free to grab it. So you can see the one column I'm free to use. So I'm just going to select that. And now I have this template available to me. So again, I'm free to edit this one as I see fit. I mean, I can go ahead and again, drop in any one of these elements that are available to me here. I'm going to drop in my social block. Okay, so here you can see I can now customize my social block. If I want to add in another platform, I can do that. Social media platform. Click save and close. So you can see they're very customizable. All of these themes and layouts are very customizable. And again, when you're done, it's just a matter of you can preview it or test it. You can enter preview mode or you can send yourself a test email. Okay, so if you send yourself a test email, you can actually see how it looks when it comes in. So let's go ahead and do that here. So I'm just going to send myself a test email and the email's been sent. So let's go check our inbox. So here is the email that I just created from the theme. You can see here, all I did simply when I edited, I just dropped in my social block in here. So this is what the email looks like. And the great thing about MailChimp is they have an option that you can view the email in a browser if you can't or don't want to look at it in this case, I'm looking at Gmail. So you can always, or recipients can always view the email in a browser versus the email client that they're using in specific. Now, when it comes to completing your profile on MailChimp, you're going to need an audience to send these emails to. And so when you click on audience here, if you don't have an audience already imported into MailChimp, you're going to be asked to import. So you can see I already have one contact. That contact's me because I added my email address on that test email. So MailChimp's smart enough to say, okay, we don't have this email address in our contact list, so we're going to add them. So here we can see we can manage our audience. So we can add subscribers, we can import contacts, we can have sign-up forms, and we can manage our contacts. So if we import our contacts, if I click on import, here I'm going to be asked to import either from a CSV or copy and paste. Or I can just go ahead and integrate it. So if I choose, for example, any one of these, then it's going to pull in the contacts I have there. And so it's up to you how you import your contacts. Now, the whole point of contacts is you want to probably, or really not probably, it's a best practice to actually create different lists so that you can use different audience lists with different emails. And so here you can see I have one email address. I can again import contacts or I can add them individually. So I can add subscribers here. Okay, that's another option. That's the slower option. My recommendation be import them. But when you import, make sure you're importing lists that have some commonality so you can manage those lists. So if you have one list that are, say, clients who have never purchased, then you want to create a list for them. If you have clients who have purchased, separate those out. Okay, so that's the way I would go about it. Now, if you're trying to build a list, MailChimp has what they call sign-up forms. So you have different forms that you can embed or have as a pop-up. And when people add their email address to that form, then it's automatically going to get added to your MailChimp account. So that's a great feature in MailChimp that allows you to, build out your audience just by using one of their forms. So again, we have a subscriber pop-up. You've probably seen some of these on some of the websites you've gone to. So you can customize it. And if you want somebody to subscribe to your newsletter, for example, all they need to do is enter in their email address and click subscribe. Okay, that's the pop-up version. Now, again, you have the opportunity to, use other forms as well. So you got a form builder here or an embedded form, okay, or you can integrate the form. Okay, so if I click form integrations, here I can use Wufoo or Squarespace. I can integrate with them. If I go back to sign up forms, if I choose form builder, here I have a sign up form and then I can customize that form with different boxes, okay, or fields. Okay, so whatever field I want somebody to add information to, I can have that in there. And then this form could be, on your website. So that's the great feature about MailChimp is it helps you build an audience. So I can add this form to my website and anybody who fills out that form is going to be added to my subscriber list that I can use for future emails. To take that a step further, I can even go from building a form to building a landing page. So here you can see if I click on audience, I can go ahead at the bottom right here, I have an option to create a landing page. So if I click on that, just like everything else in MailChimp, it's fairly easy to use. I'm just going to name it test click begin. Here I can choose my audience. Again, what audience do I want to add these emails to? I click begin and I'm going to accept. And here now I have all these different templates that I can use as a landing page. So if you want to use these landing pages to collect emails and those emails are going to be added to your audience, then you have a nice selection here at your disposal. Okay, so here I'm just going to choose one, grow my list. Okay, this is a landing page. So I can customize it just like I do with my email template. I can add my logo. Okay, I can start adding different fields here, like an image. I can drop an image here. Okay, I can go ahead and, drop in my social shares. Okay, I can drop in a box, a text box. Okay, and then I can start customizing it with some text, some imagery, some other information. Again, this is a landing page that I can then add to my website. And so anytime somebody goes to the landing page and fills out their email address and hits subscribe, it's going to be added to that audience list. And then I can turn around and send an email using one of MailChimp's templates to that audience. So MailChimp really does a great job of allowing you to grow your list within your own website via a landing page, a form submission or form, or pop-up. So there are lots of different options available to us. So I'm going to click Save and Close here, and now this landing page is available to me. So I can customize the URL, I can edit the audience that these emails go to, I can add a page title, and again, I can edit the design. So I can really make this an integrated part of my website by designing it so it fits the feel and look of my website. I can add a specific URL, and I can add a nice page title to it. So MailChimp again does a great job of just making it so easy for you to build out a landing page for you to use on your website to collect email addresses. So if you're doing a pay-per-click campaign on Facebook or Google, you can actually drive traffic to these landing pages and get people to fill out a form submission. And when they fill out the form submission, that email address is going to get added to your audience. That's an option. Or you could just add it as part of your website, and people who go there from, say, organic search can find that page and add their email address organically. So that's a great thing about the audience feature in MailChimp, in that not only can you select an email template, but you have options to grow your audience. Okay, again, importing contacts. You can simply just add contacts. You can add, a form submission via pop-up or regular form fields to your website, or you can add a landing page. So it's important to note that in MailChimp, if you go to the Content Studio, that's where you're going to find all the files that you have added to all your templates or landing pages that you used before. So if I click on Content Studio here you can see the files I've added to my templates. If you have products, you can add your products here. Okay, so if you have an e-commerce store, you could certainly add your products, and then those products can be used on your landing page or your email templates. You have something called a Giphy. You can insert these into any of your emails, make it fun, exciting, engaging. Here you have Instagram. So what you can do is you can integrate, any one of your Instagram accounts. If you have multiple accounts, or if you have one Instagram account, you can integrate that one Instagram account in with your MailChimp account. And when you do that, it's going to pull in all the images that you've had on Instagram. And then you have an opportunity here just to add a logo. Okay, so you can use any of your Instagram images within your emails. Use one of these cool Giphies. Again, you can import your products that you can use for your email templates, or just keep tabs on all the files that you've added before just by clicking on My Files. Now, when you get to the point of building different audience lists and sending out emails, you're going to have the option to look at reporting to see how those emails perform for those specific audiences. Now, again, an audience is a set, it's like a segment. These are a set of individuals who are going to receive a specific email. So in this example, you can see I have different audiences. And if we look at, say, any one of these audiences, or even just go to all audiences, we'll be able to see how we fared on some of our emails. Okay, so for example, if I send out an email here in April, and this is April of 2019, I can see how many total subscribers I've had. Now, along with the number of subscribers you have what we call open rate and click-through rate. Now, we explain a lot of the reporting and the specific email metrics in another recording that we did last week. So if you're interested in learning more about some of the metrics, then check out the video that we have on YouTube, Email Marketing Tutorial. We recorded this last week. Go into details about all the different metrics you can learn about with email marketing. So take a look at this video, Email Marketing Tutorial. It'll be a nice precursor to the MailChimp tutorial. So to give you some insights as to what metrics to really pay attention to with email marketing. But in MailChimp, we know we can look at the total number of subscribers. We know that we have how many opens, and we know what the open rate is, and again, the total number of clicks and what the click-through rate is. Okay, so with MailChimp, very easily, you just hover over it, you get the raw number, and then the percentage. So open rate is how many people actually open that email based on the total number of people that the email was sent to. So here we could see in this particular email last year in April, we've had 14%, 14.1% to be exact, and that is 13,377 divided by 97,469. So that's how many people open the email. So 13,000 out of 97 is about 14%. Now, when somebody opens it, we hope they're going to click on it. And so here we got a 1.4% click-through rate. Again, that's the total number of clicks based on the total number of subscribers or people that were sent the email. And so MailChimp just gives you a nice overview of how many subscribers were in this particular audience list, and then the open rate and click rate. So we can really dive in here and we can actually see how that particular email performs. So if we just pick one email here, we can just click View Report. We have other options here. We can print, we can download, we can share it, the whole campaign, or just view the email. If we want to view what the email looked like, we can select that. But we just want to view the report. So we're going to click View Report. And now we can get into some nice detailed information about the actual report itself. So again, here you can see total number of recipients. And this came from the audience list called Newsletter. Okay, it was delivered last year, September 26, 2018. Again, I have the option to view it, download it, print it, or share it. So let's take a look and view the email to see what it looked like. Okay, so this is what the email looked like. We have our own template here. And here you can see it takes into account some of the best practices involved with email marketing. We have some nice content, imagery, some call to action here, some other links. Okay, we have our social icons. Okay, so that's what the email looked like. Okay, so we'll go back and we're going to click View Report. Now we want to view the report. Again, here's what it looked. Here's when it was sent. Okay, the open rate for this was 21%. Click-through rate was 4%. So for us, the list average, this list here, Newsletter, the average was for the open rate 16.8%. So we're above the average on this email. For the click-through rate, the list average is 2.7. So we're above the average. So we've done a good job on this email, at least generating more opens, more clicks. And MailChimp even takes that a step further. They'll even show you what the industry average is for your particular industry. And in this case, we're education and training. So we did better than the industry average for both the open rate and for the click-through rate. So we could see some other specifics. We could see the raw numbers of opens, clicks, how many people bounced, meaning the email address wasn't valid anymore. And so MailChimp does a good job of any email that actually bounces, it'll be scrubbed and removed from your list. And then here you can see 347 unsubscribed. So the thing about, MailChimp is we want to be careful we don't have too many unsubscribes, and also people abusing or reporting abuse, meaning you don't want to send out an email multiple times a week where it gets to the point where it's spammy. And so you want to avoid a high number of unsubscribes and a high number of abuse reports. And so here you can see most emails are open within a 24-hour period, and then it kind of just tails off. So here we can see opens and clicks based on the time of day. So within a 24-hour period. Okay, so this is how most emails operate. Within that first 24 hours, you're going to get a lot of opens, a lot of clicks. And then it's going to tail off from there. Great thing is MailChimp provides me more detailed information about what was clicked. So I could see here the top links that were clicked. And let me just point one thing out here. Whether you use MailChimp or you use any other platform, whether that be vertical response or any other type of email marketing platform. You want to use UTM tracking with your links so that Google Analytics can pick up the actual campaign. So here you can see we have UTM tracking appended to our links. And let me just go into detail on that for just a minute. So MailChimp again gives us nice data on open and click-through rates. But when we send out an email and people actually do click on one of these links, they're going to go to our website. And from there, Google Analytics is going to take over on the tracking. So this is as far as MailChimp goes. So we want to be able to bridge the gap between MailChimp reporting and Google Analytics, meaning when they came from the email and went to the site, did they convert? Meaning, did they download something? Did they purchase something? And so we want to be able to bridge the gap, and UTM tracking, which is simply appending the original URL with some tracking parameters named UTM, it allows us to bridge that gap. So all you need to do when you set up a MailChimp campaign is just go to URL Builder in Google. Then you're going to click on Campaign URL Builder. And we're going to go ahead and set up an email campaign. So for example, if we go back here, this was the original URL. So if I just copy this original URL here and paste that as part of my website URL. What's my campaign source? I'm going to put MailChimp. What's my medium? I'm going to put email. So MailChimp is the source of where the traffic came from. The medium, the means in which they arrived at our website, was via email. And then the campaign name, we're just going to put maybe whatever it is, summer promo. So with the URL builder, you have 5 parameters for UTM tracking. You don't have to use all 5. Okay, so here we need to put in the URL and we need to put in the source. But the other 4 parameters, medium, name, term, and content, are optional. So you don't have to put anything there, but the more parameters you put in, the more specific it is for you to track the behavior of that email campaign. So here I can see MailChimp, email, summer promo, and then for the content, I can use that to differentiate my subject line. So when you send out an email, we mentioned this in the email marketing tutorial, you always want to send out multiple subject lines, meaning one list gets one subject line, another list gets a second subject line, because you want to be able to measure open rates based on subject lines. So I can use the campaign content parameter for different subject lines. And notice the URL builder, once I enter in my parameters, it's going to append the original URL with a new URL appended with UTM tracking. So if I copy that, I can simply just paste that in my browser just to see if it works. And here you can see it works. The page loaded the original URL with UTM tracking. And so that's exactly what you want to do, because when you're looking at your reports in MailChimp, it's going to show me the top links that were clicked. Now, if I go into analytics, I want to be able to see how that campaign or how that link actually performed. So let's take a look at that real quick. So if I go to my Google Analytics account and I go to acquisition, campaigns, all campaigns, what am I looking for? Well, if I click on source and medium are 2 of the parameters for UTM tracking. I'm going to look for MailChimp. So here I could see my original URL, MailChimp, and then the date stamp, and then the medium's email. So if I go back here, I can see, for example, any one of these MailChimp emails that went out, and then I can see how many people actually came from the email, what the bounce rate was, meaning if they arrived on the site, did they leave after arriving, or did they actually go to another page? And then I could see other engagement data, like how many pages they looked at, how much time did they spend? More importantly, did they convert? So that's the whole idea behind using UTM tracking. Because with UTM tracking, you can bridge the gap from open rate, click-through rate, to behavior on the website, all the way through to the conversion. And that's what we want to measure. We want to measure, did somebody go from the email, open it, click on one of the links, go to the website, engage on the website, and convert. And so that's the whole idea behind UTM tracking. Because MailChimp and any other email marketing platform is only going to give you, at most, your open rates and your click-through rates. Okay, so here we could see the top links clicked. I see 4,000 recipients clicked on this email. They went to the site. And now I need analytics to kind of tell me the rest. And here I can see what subscribers had the most opens. And if I integrated social, I can see some social performance. And so that goes back to our original setup. So if you integrate your Twitter account or your Facebook account, you'll be able to integrate that email in with your Twitter. And then from there, I'll be able to see, tweets or how many likes, for example. And to top it all off, I can see how many people from around the world clicked on the email. So that's reporting in a nutshell on MailChimp. Reports are fairly easy to look at, all sorts of other information like links, specifically links. You can look at social. So if I click on the social tab here, if I integrated my social, I can look at social reporting. Likewise for e-commerce. And notice the Analytics 360, I can integrate Google Analytics in with MailChimp if I want to. So I have all sorts of options on my reporting. So that's it for MailChimp. I mean, it's fairly easy to navigate. You have all the campaigns that you've sent out. So if you just click on campaigns, I'll be able to see all the campaigns I've set up and all the campaigns that have been sent. And obviously the ones that have been sent, I can start looking at reports. I can pick and choose templates. Okay, I can pick and choose my audience and manage my audience. Okay, I can see what the growth is from my audience. Again, I have different options to grow my audience. Okay, I can certainly add form submissions, landing pages, sign up forms. I can import more contacts and I can manage them through different lists. The Content Studio is where all your files are going to be located, okay, from the files you've uploaded to e-commerce products to Giphies to Instagram to my logo. And then you have reports. And the reports are there for you to measure the performance of your email campaigns once they've been sent. So you can look at them from reports or just from the main campaigns view. That's pretty much it. So if you're ready to go at it again, click that create button, click that template, choose that audience. You can go ahead and send yourself that test email when you're ready. Go ahead and send that email off to your audience. It's that simple in MailChimp. We're going to cover email marketing, interview questions, and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. So email marketing is traditional digital marketing channel. It's been around a while and you're going to be asked some questions that are going to encompass a lot of things related to the delivery of emails. We all check emails on a daily basis. We all receive them. Sometimes we receive emails unsolicited. Sometimes we sign up to receive emails. Sometimes we receive emails from friends. Sometimes we receive emails where we're working or previously have worked. So most people have an understanding of email. However, as a marketer, there's a little bit of a different twist to it. So we have to understand the intricacies of how email marketing works. So you're going to be asked some questions, and really the first question here is what's the difference between a hard and a soft bounce email? So if you're a digital marketer, you're in charge of sending out lots of emails, let's just say thousands, or it could be in the hundreds of thousands of emails, you're going to get some bounces. And so you really want to know the difference between a hard and a soft bounce. So a soft bounce just means that the email message reached the recipient's mail server but bounced back as undelivered. So think of it as delivering actual mail to a post office. So it actually reached the post office, but it bounced back because maybe the person's email box was full, maybe their account was temporarily disabled, or maybe the email server wasn't necessarily able to handle that email. Now, a hard bounce is an email that is rejected because it's an email when it happens when the email has been permanently rejected. So, for example, maybe the account is no longer valid. And so let's look at some reasons again as to why a soft bounce would happen. So, for example, the inbox is full or the recipient server's down. So it reached the post office, but there was a problem actually getting it into the hands of the owner, so to speak. Where the hard bounce, a little bit different. Let's just say that person is no longer working, their email's been deleted. Or the email has been blacklisted somehow, okay, as spam or something to that effect. So the email server is going to identify that and it's not even going to reach the recipient. So a lot of different ways in which an email may not make its recipient. So not the most important thing to know here. The important thing to know is, listen, when you send out an email, you got to pay attention to how many get bounced back. And so next question here, what would you do to improve the click-through rate of your email? So click-through rate is simply how many people have seen your email and how many people actually clicked on a link in the email. So if 100 people saw your email but only one person clicked, then it would be a 1% click-through rate. So we want to be able to make sure we have a high click-through rate. So remember, emails are going to people who likely signed up to receive your email. And even if they are expecting the email or they're not expecting the email, you still want to follow some of these best practices here. One is to create a compelling subject line. So you want to make the subject line something that people are going to notice, take note of, or take an interest in, and say, hey, what's this all about? That's pretty interesting, and open the email. So use preview text effectively. Obviously, you want to make your email mobile friendly because most people look at their emails on their mobile phones. You want to create engaging content. Okay, so the content that's in the email obviously is going to have some links. So put some strong call to action in there, and that's one of the bullet points down below. Place a CTA where it's easily visible. So keep in mind mobile users. Most people are going to check that email on their phone, so you want to make sure you have compelling content with good CTAs in a visible location. So always check mobile as well as desktop. Obviously, in your emails, you want to make them as visual as possible. Don't make them so text heavy. You can always segment your emails, meaning if you're sending out an email, let's just say to 100 people, okay, maybe you want to divide it up, boys or girls, maybe old or young, maybe, living in one part of the country versus another part of the country. I mean, those are examples of segments. So break up the email. Don't send it to one mass email to everyone. That way you can personalize the email. If an email is personalized, the chances of somebody clicking on it are going to be greater. And then A/B test your emails. And when we say A/B test, you could send out the same email twice, except one segment's going to say get one version of the email, the other segment is going to get another version of the email. And what are the different versions? Maybe the subject line. So the subject line is different on version A versus version B. Or maybe the call to action is different. So you always want to send out different versions of the same email to a different segmented audience. That way you can actually see which segment or which version got the most clicks. Okay, so next question here is how to inform your customers about company news and establish a relationship with your target audience. Okay, so again, how do you inform your customers about what's going on in the company and how you're going to establish a relationship with that audience who's receiving that email? Well, newsletters are always the best answer here. So somebody signs up for your email, let's just say they actually purchase a product from you. Newsletters are a great way to reach out to that audience to get them to stay up to date with the latest product or an improved version of the product they purchased. And then that way they can come back and continue to purchase the product. So newsletters are a great way to reach out to your audience and actually talk to your audience. You're not talking to them verbally, you're talking to them via email. So you send out that email campaign, maybe it's once a month. Hey, we noticed you bought this product. We have similar products, just like the one you bought. Or, hey, if it's a software, maybe, hey, we've got upcoming updates to our software. Make sure you go to the website and get the updates. Or we have a new and improved version. So all these things you want to communicate to your audience via email. That's going to get them to get to the website, and that's going to get them to, purchase more, update, upgrade, whatever. So newsletters, the way to go. So again, some basic tips here. You want to create your newsletter with 90% educational and 10% promotional. So remember, you're sending out a newsletter to people who likely signed up. So you're educating them about your products. Always create interesting subject lines. You want, whether they know you or not, you want to create the subject line so somebody's going to click on it. So make sure you design your emails appropriately, okay? So if you know you're sending, let's just say baby products to mothers or expected mothers. In fact, this is a real life example because I used to work at Gap, and Baby Gap was, one of the emails groups I was responsible for. So we created an email template with softer colors. Your yellows, your light blue. It wasn't black or dark red or anything that's going to be, heavy. We knew who our audience was and we designed the template accordingly. And of course, using compelling images. So if we're selling baby products, you're going to put baby product images in there. I mean, it's common sense, but you'd be surprised. You got to pick and choose your images carefully, especially if you're sending to an international audience, because images can be misconstrued. And just like we mentioned with the click-through rate, you always want to have a clear CTA. Always make sure you have a CTA in a visible position, because most people are going to look at that email in a mobile phone. Okay, and then always make sure you include your contact information in the newsletter. So somebody knows where to find you, how to contact you, where to go. Maybe they have a product they want to return. Okay, so you always want to put that contact information. Normally it's at the bottom of the email, but these are all best practices. So here's some examples. Okay, we got, check out the latest cosmetics from our new collections. Notice the image and notice the call to action. So you can see trendy collections. We got some other products you may want to buy. Okay, 5 important skincare products that everyone should have. View more. So you always want to have that call to action in a very visible place. So define following metrics: open rate, click-through rate, and response rate, and forward rate. So these are metrics related to email marketing. So you're going to have to know what these are. So I already mentioned click-through rate before when we talked about best practices for improving the click-through rate. So for those of you that remember what that is, go ahead and put that in the comment section below. It's just a little pop quiz for you if anybody remembers click-through rate. But let's take a look at open rate. So open rate is the percentage of the total number of recipients who actually open the email. So if you send it to X amount of people, how many people opened it? That would be the open rate. So how many people open it, but you're gonna take out the people who bounced it. Whether it's a soft bounce or hard bounce, okay, you're not gonna count those people. So if you had, let's just say 20 people open the email and you sent it to 100 people, and you had nobody bounce, then it would be a 20% open rate. Okay, click-through rate, again, pop quiz. It's just how many people actually clicked on any of the links in your email, and that's just divided by the number of emails you've sent out. Okay, response rate. Okay, so response rate is the percentage of the total recipients who clicked on the link of your email campaign and actually completed an action. So what is that action? Well, it could be downloading something, watching something, purchasing something. So that's the response rate, similar to conversion rate. If you're working in a digital marketing channel and you're driving traffic to the site, you want that traffic to do something. Well, it's no different in email marketing. We want people to take action. We're just going to divide that by the number of emails delivered, and that gives you your response rate. So let's just say you did send in 100 emails. You did get 20% open it, and of those 20, let's just say one person went on to purchase. Well, you'd have a 1% response rate. And then a forward rate, simply the forward rate refers to the rate at which your subscribers share your email with others, friends, family, etc. And you may have that as a call to action in your email. In fact, that's a best practice. So it's just the number of clicks on a share divided by the total number of delivered emails. And you're going to multiply that by 100 to get the percentage. And so most email marketing platforms do measure forward rate. Okay, let's take a look at how to recapture inactive customers. What you want to do here is re-engage subscribers with gamification. Opt for subject lines like, "We have been missing you," or "Did we do something wrong?" You want to run a poll or a competition to re-engage with your subscribers. Again, trying to get people involved. These first three are all about getting people involved. So personalize your emails. Talk to that person as if, "Hey, look, I haven't heard from you in a while. How about coming back and taking a look at our new products?" Just as you would a friend. So design always matters, especially knowing that you're talking to customers who haven't been active. Okay, this is a segmented audience, somebody who's inactive. So you want to have the right design, the right message, the right subject line that fits with that customer's inactivity. So you want to try and do everything you can to get that customer back. And then you want to follow a consistent schedule. Okay, so ideally, when you schedule an email, you want to schedule the best time. So you have to know your audience, obviously. And then you can always ask for feedback. Why are they inactive? Why haven't they purchased in a while? So the whole idea here, from gamification, like trying to, make a game out of it, so make it competitive, to adding polls, to really personalizing it, these are all things that you can do to get your customers back. So what are the different ways to segment buyer personas? So again, when we talk about segmentation, we're talking about taking a smaller piece of the entire pie. So what's one way to break up that pie, if you will? By geography. Okay, so with geography, you could target your audience based on that area. And it could not necessarily have to be by a part of the country. It could be all the way down to the province, the state, the actual city, the county. Okay, if you live in a small village, okay, all the way up to the continent. Okay, so think about how you would break out the segment by geography. Now, obviously, if you break it out, let's just say the United States to the southern part, well, the southern part, in the winter in the United States, the southern part is not going to be as cold as, say, the northern part. So that should tell you, hey, if we're going to send out an email in the winter, we're not going to use snow and blizzards as our theme. We're going to use probably a little bit of sun. So breaking it out by geography helps you understand where your audience lives. You also have demographic segmentation, and this is simply just age, education, income, gender, where people work, okay, nationality, anything that's going to identify that user. So this is the best way to segment. If you know who your audience is by income or gender, you're talking to a group of like-minded people. If they're all the same age, from the same generation, then you could talk to them appropriately. Okay, you're not going to talk to an older person the same way you would a younger person. So think about demographic segmentation, because it really helps you hone in on your messaging. And you have behavioral segmentation. So behavioral is based on your audience's behavior. Have they purchased before? Have they never purchased? Were they searching for something? How long did they stay on the site? What products were they looking at? Are they a lifetime customer? So you can look at behavior and decide how you want to break out your emails by behavior. And this is a really good way. If you're not even sure who your audience is or where they live and how old they are, you could certainly break out your audience by behavior, because you know who these people are based on what they've done previously, because you're going to track that information with analytics. So, one way is obviously if somebody's purchased. That's a good way to segment, because you know these people believe in you, believe in your business, believe in your product. So the way you can message to somebody who's purchased before is going to be different than somebody you don't even know who they are, if they purchased or not. Okay, so behavioral segmentation to me is one of the easiest ways to segment your email list. How would you drive repeat customers through email marketing for the below scenario? Okay, so this is a pop quiz, if you will. Again, for those of you that got click-through rate correctly, kudos. Let's see if you can go 2 for 2 here. Okay, so if you know the answer to this, go ahead and comment below. But let's just say, give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for audiences based on the following. So if I had an audience between 20 and 30 years old that were female, and the product were sandals, okay, what would some of your subject lines be? So I'm going to give you a minute to think about that and put it in the comment section below. Now remember, this is an interview-based question, so you're going to have to think on the spot. I'm going to give you a minute, but if somebody presented that to you in an interview, you need to be able to, react fairly quickly and come up with some really attractive subject lines here. Okay, so here you go. Here's another one. So give a few examples of subject lines to drive engagement for 20 to 30 females for footwear. So you got Friday sale coming up. Buy branded sandals at the lowest price. Okay, so I like this one because it's got a strong call to action. Buy. Here you go. This is even better because 50% off on branded sandals and free shipping. Who can't beat free anything, including shipping? And if it's 50% off, these are key things. So you're putting the promotion and the percentage off all in the subject line. So that's really going to grab somebody's attention. Weekend sale for women starts now. Okay, with a little emoji. That never hurts. So those are all good subject lines. They all tend to work because they all have an element of a best practice in there. So here you got the Friday sale coming up is just giving people notice. Okay, the stronger call to action on the buy, you're putting the promotion in the subject line, and you're using an emoji to really just drive home the point. So all these subject lines will work. And hey, at the end of the day, remember, you want to test your subject lines. Okay, moving on to the next question. Speaking of testing, what is A/B testing, and give some examples of A/B testing? Okay, so we talked a little bit about A/B testing with subject lines. So simply, A/B testing when it comes to email marketing is just a method to analyze which of the two email campaign strategies is most effective. Okay, now you're going to do it based on open rate, you can do it based on click rate, you can do it based on response rate. Okay, remember, you're putting one version of the email against another version, whether that be the subject line, whether it be the content, call to action, whatever. So that's ideally what you're trying to do. You're trying to figure out what works for your audience. That's the end goal for A/B testing and email marketing. What's going to work? And I would highly suggest you should always do A/B testing for subject lines. Always. So some of the variables that you can test, again, subject lines, okay, you always want to try, if you got a promotion, hey, will the percentage off work? Likely it will, but let's test it up against something else, like, a generic word like discounts. You can always test the design. You can always test the personalization, the preview text. You could try out images, call to actions, exclusive offers. What particular offer is going to work? Okay, so if you're testing offers, then obviously that's going to be response rate. If you're testing CTAs, then that's going to be click-through rate. If you're testing subject lines, that's going to be open rate. So you want to be able to test different elements of the email to figure out what works and what doesn't work. Okay, so how to prevent email from getting into spam. So if you're an email marketer, this is your worst nightmare. You don't want your emails to get spammed. So that doesn't bode well for you. So most email marketing platforms like MailChimp or Constant Contact measure spam. So some of the important ways to prevent this is, hey, improve your open rate. Remember, going back to the first question, second question, you want to have really good subject lines here. Okay, and you want to segment your audience. So if you know who you're talking to and you have a cool subject line that's going to get somebody to react and open, then that's going to prevent somebody from spamming your email. Okay, you can always customize your from to make it look like it's coming from, in this case, Rob Sanders. Check if you have included an unsubscribe link. Okay, so give people the option to unsubscribe. If they don't have the option to unsubscribe, they could just report you as spam. Make sure your emails work on different devices. Okay, you want to optimize your images for email. Make sure they're not big and they don't fit on a mobile device. Okay, prefer more text and fewer images. And then avoid grammatical issues. You want to come across as professional. You don't want somebody looking at your email like, who sent this? Why are you sending this to me? I don't want to hear from you again. I'm going to spam you. You want to prevent that. And that means a professional looking email, professional content with a really good subject line and some imagery to go along with that. Hey, you may just get somebody to open that email and get them to convert. That's the idea behind it. So these are ways to prevent somebody from actually spamming you. And then what are the best practices for email subject lines? So the subject line is probably the most important element in email marketing. So when we talked about that little pop quiz with the sandals targeting 20 to 30-year-old women, to me, I like the subject line with the 50% off. So that was a number in the subject line. So people can actually see, hey, wow, I get a whole 50%. That works better than just a discount. Okay, remember, one of those other subject lines had an emoji. So don't be afraid to include emojis in there. For example, when I send out emails using, during the spring, you might want to use flowers, perhaps, to signify, hey, it's spring, winter's over. So personalize the subject lines. Remember, that goes with segmenting. So if you know who your audience is, your subject lines can be a little bit more personal. Okay, so opt for title case subject lines. Okay, so instead of making it grammatical, for example, okay, you want to keep your subject lines short and to the point. Remember, you want to say something that's going to draw somebody's attention. If you make it long and drawn out and boring, then people aren't going to open it. Develop a sense of urgency, like, hey, we got 50% off through Friday. So that's a little sense of urgency so people know, hey, if it's Thursday, I better open this email and check it out. And again, grammatical mistakes, that goes without saying. You always want to preview your emails before you send them out. So if you preview your emails before you send them out, have somebody else obviously receive the preview. They can be another set of eyes for you to prevent any mistakes, but also give you feedback on the imagery, the design, etc. Okay, so these are all best practices for good subject lines. Okay, so subject line is the most important element for email marketing. So just keep these in mind. Subject lines and having good subject lines is the way to get people to open it. And from there, that's half the battle. If somebody can open the email, then you've just set yourself up for better performance.
Welcome to this Content Marketing Full Course by Simplilearn. We'll begin this full course by understanding what content marketing is and some of its popular strategies. Then we will see how content marketing affects SEO, and we'll understand how to rank number 1 on Google and YouTube by creating high-quality content. Then we will look into the top 10 important content marketing interview questions and answers. At the end, we will look into minor concepts like a simple beginner's guide to content marketing and introduction to content marketing certification training. By the end of this video, I can assure you that all your content marketing career-related queries would have been answered. For this training, with me, I have our experienced content marketing specialist Rob and Greg Jarbo. Together, they will take you through the various topics of content marketing. So without any further ado, let's get started. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
I'm Greg Jarbo, and what is that? I mean, what we're going to talk about in this first module of a content marketing foundation course is literally content marketing? Okay, what is it? So content marketing is not a new concept. It's been around for over 100 years. In fact, one of the classic foundation stories of the birth of content marketing goes all the way back to the Michelin brothers in France. And the Michelin brothers, in case you haven't done your history, that's okay, little refresher right now, were two brothers who made pneumatic tires, and they were trying to sell them along with an innovative product at its time called the automobile in an era where the roads were horrible, in a place, France, where frankly people didn't like to get outside of Paris and into the provinces because, my God, what was worth going out there for? For Paris. It's all happening here. And what the Michelin brothers realized is if they wanted to sell more tires, they had to get people to drive farther and farther and use them. So what did they come up with? The concept that really is the birth of content marketing in my book was the Michelin Guide. And the Michelin Guide was unique in that it reviewed restaurants, not just restaurants nearby in Paris, but restaurants out there in the provinces. And the Michelin brothers are the ones who came up with the 1, 2, and 3-star rating system to say, this restaurant, I know it's way out there, it's bad roads, but guess what? To die for. The ratatouille, you got to have it. This is a 3-star restaurant. It's worth making the trip. And oh, by the way, since we're going to give you a guide, and you have to get out of Paris in order to get there, we're going to tell you where you can find gasoline along the way, which hotels you might want to stay at overnight, and oh, by the way, just in case you have to, how to repair a flat tire, particularly if it's a Michelin tire, because it's a pneumatic, and you know what? It's quite easy to repair. And guess what? That put Michelin on the map. Why? They weren't trying to sell you more tires. They weren't telling you about the features and benefits of round or tire repair. I mean, that was in there, but it was only a how-to article, not necessarily a feature and benefit. What they were doing was they were speaking to their audience about what their audience was truly passionate about, which in Paris in 1900 was food. And by creating content that got the audience to get into their new innovative automobile and drive all the way out there into the provinces for that absolutely remarkable 3-star restaurant, people got more flats, people had to replace their tires, but it was worth it. And oh, by the way, Michelin sold more tires. So that's a great story. Every time you sort of, hit a pause and like, well, we're doing content marketing and we need to come up with a concept, think back to the Michelin guide. It's a great foundation. So let's go to a modern definition. Where are we now in the 21st century when it comes to content marketing? Well, you can read the slide here and read the definition. And some people like reading definitions. I'm not going to read it to you. But I am going to highlight a couple of words in the definition that I think are absolutely critical to any definition of content marketing. The content that you create needs to be relevant, and it also has to be valuable. Now, if it's not relevant, then you're not actually meeting my needs or interests, and why would I be interested in it? And we've gotten way too tired of screening out the commercial that comes on, trying to sell us snow tires. And pardon me, we live in Florida. I don't use snow tires. What the heck is this commercial doing? Interrupting what I'm watching. So relevance is important. Relevance means that this content isn't going to get screened out. And the valuable can work in a lot of different ways. It can be interesting. It can be useful. Value is an interesting proposition all by itself. But that's the key to content marketing. It's not just creating more spam. It's not just throwing more trash over the fence and hoping something happens. This is something where if you've created valuable and relevant content, you know what? Your customers will find you. That's a whole different kind of proposition. I know there's some skeptics who are saying, oh, come on. Content marketing is just a fancy new name for social media marketing, right? And the answer is, well, there is some overlap, and we're going to deal with that in Module 3. But let me just be clear here. Social media content is part of what content marketing needs to create, but it can also create content for your website, and that's not the social media. It can also create content that your PR people can share with reporters or bloggers, and that's not normally considered social media content. And by the way, all of that content can be optimized. So maybe it actually is part of SEO, not social media marketing. In fact, that's the other place that content marketing really overlaps. And it's not coincidental. It so happens that around February 2011, when Google rolled out the first of its multiple versions of the Panda update, all of a sudden, even SEOs started to pay attention to content marketing. Why? Because Google changed the rules. And what Google basically said is, if your content isn't valuable or relevant, you know what? It's not going to rank very well in our search algorithm. And all of a sudden, people who had been used to putting keywords in the right places realized content matters? You mean I've got to actually tell stories that are interesting? I've got to create information that's valuable? Yeah, you can make it relevant. That's the optimization part. But, if you're trying to optimize a piece of boring, irrelevant trash, God bless you, good luck. So yeah, content marketing has grown. It's tripled in terms of web search interest since the Panda update. And we're talking about Panda 1. Of course, there was Panda 2, Panda 3, Panda 4. I mean, come on. Google is driving us in this direction. And so content marketing is pretty relevant today. Now, one of the other things that people in content marketing struggle with is, oh, but you don't understand. I do B2B content marketing, or I'm a small business, or, pardon me, I'm an enterprise. And so content marketing has to come in flavors, right? Well, possibly, maybe, on occasion. So let's just question that assumption for a second. Content marketing has been around now long enough, and enough people have done it, that some research has been conducted And it's been conducted against B2C marketers and B2B marketers and small business marketers and enterprise level marketers. And when they start asking key questions like, okay, we're going to try to determine what is the difference between an effective content marketer and an ineffective content marketer, let's see the results. Well, first of all, the most important thing to be an effective B2C content marketer is you need a documented content strategy. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, people who are winging it aren't as effective as people who actually have thought about this and written it down. Got it. Okay. No great insight, but, interesting to note. Secondly, they've got to have somebody in charge who oversees content marketing. Oh, Lord, does that mean we have to have a reorg? Or maybe we just have to designate somebody who reports to somebody else? Whatever. But guess what? It really helps if somebody is driving this process. Third, they've got to be using more content marketing tactics than their less effective peers. And this is not an argument more is better. This is just, pardon me, that's the way the data falls out. The people who are actually more effective are doing more different kinds of things, a broader range of tactics. And who knows, maybe it's that broader range that's part of the success formula. Same thing is true with social media platforms. The effective content marketers are using more than the ineffective ones. And last but not least, and this may be a sort of a result of the first four, by gosh, effective content marketers generally have greater percentage of the overall marketing budget in their organization. Wow, okay. That's the B2C marketing formula, but you don't understand. I'm not a B2C marketer. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at the B2B content marketing formula. Guess what? You need to have a documented content marketing strategy to be an effective B2B content marketer. You need to have someone who oversees content marketing strategy. It helps if you are using more tactics and more social media platforms. And guess what? You spend a higher percentage of your overall marketing budget on content marketing. Well, that's similar to the B2C content marketers. But you understand, B2B is different. Yeah, there's a couple small differences, but guess what? Overall, the top 5 criteria are similar. And when you get to small business, here's what you're going to see. Same 5 criteria. And you're in an enterprise. I know. The world is different for enterprises. Actually, not so much. So, 4 different data points. Let's net it out. There's a pattern. And the pattern is I don't care what flavor of content marketer you are. You can be B2C, B2B. You can be small business. You can be large enterprise. At the end of the day, there are 5 things that you've got to focus on if you want to be effective. We've already covered these. And are there differences between small businesses and large enterprises, between B2B and B2C? Well, sure. But they're all at the margin. What's the downside? If we don't do this, is anyone going to come in and whack us? And the answer is maybe not inside your boardroom, but it may happen on the next sales call that one of your salespeople makes. They may encounter someone I like to call the man in the chair. And the man in the chair actually refers back to a classic McGraw-Hill ad campaign from, I think, the 1960s. But basically, the guy in the chair asks, theoretically, some questions from, quote, maybe your salesperson. Okay, I don't know anything about you. I don't know about your company. I don't know about your company's product. I don't know about your company's reputation or anything about you. And so what was it you were going to try to sell me? And that's the downside of not having a content marketing program.
Content marketing has been around for over 100 years. But in the online world,
customers are behaving in lots of new ways, and they're consuming content on various kinds and types of devices. That changes things. Content marketing is now about creating content that consumers will engage with and act upon, not just read or listen to or watch. So in this introductory module, we're going to provide you with an understanding of how content marketing affects the decision-making process when people are on the customer journey to making a purchase. And with a solid content marketing strategy, your customers' buying decisions can actually happen faster. You can basically shorten the decision-making process, and you can reach and expand to new prospects. So one of the things that we hope that you're going to learn after basically taking this module, you should be able to do the following. First of all, you can define content marketing and other related concepts. Secondly, you should be able to explain why content needs to be relevant and valuable in order for it to be effective. Third, you need to describe the overlap between content marketing, SEO, social media marketing. Fourth, you need to name 5 traits of effective content marketers. And last but not least, you need to explain the benefits of content marketing. These are our objectives, and hopefully they're going to be your learning outcomes. So content marketing is not a new concept. It's been around for over 100 years. In fact, one of the classic foundation stories of the birth of content marketing goes all the way back to the Michelin brothers in France. And the Michelin brothers, in case you haven't done your history, that's okay, little refresher right now, were 2 brothers who made pneumatic tires, and they were trying to sell them along with an innovative product at its time called the automobile in an era where the roads were horrible, in a place, France, where frankly people didn't like to get outside of Paris and into the provinces because, my God, what was worth going out there for? For Paris. It's all happening here. And what the Michelin brothers realized is if they wanted to sell more tires, they had to get people to drive farther and farther and use them. So what did they come up with? The concept that really is the birth of content marketing in my book was the Michelin Guide. And the Michelin Guide was unique in that it reviewed restaurants, not just restaurants nearby in Paris, but restaurants out there in the provinces. And the Michelin brothers are the ones who came up with the 1, 2, and 3-star rating system to say, this restaurant, I know it's way out there, it's bad roads, but guess what? To die for. The ratatouille, you got to have it. This is a 3-star restaurant. It's worth making the trip. And oh, by the way, since we're going to give you a guide, and you have to get out of Paris in order to get there, we're going to tell you where you can find gasoline along the way, which hotels you might want to stay at overnight, and oh, by the way, just in case you have to, how to repair a flat tire, particularly if it's a Michelin tire, because it's a pneumatic, and you know what? It's quite easy to repair. And guess what? That put Michelin on the map. Why? They weren't trying to sell you more tires. They weren't telling you about the features and benefits of round or tire repair. I mean, that was in there, but it was only a how-to article, not necessarily a feature and benefit. What they were doing was they were speaking to their audience about what their audience was truly passionate about, which in Paris in 1900 was food. And by creating content that got the audience to get into their new innovative automobile and drive all the way out there into the provinces for that absolutely remarkable 3-star restaurant, people got more flats. People had to replace their tires, but it was worth it. And oh, by the way, Michelin sold more tires. So that That's a great story. Every time you sort of,
Greetings, everyone, and welcome. My name is Rob Sanders from Simplilearn, and today we're going to talk about content marketing strategy. So buckle up and let's get right to it, and we're going to get right into some of the best practices, some tips, some methodologies, some things you should be doing with content marketing. So right out of the gate, let's start talking about knowing your audience. Okay, so content is all about writing for a particular audience. So it's just like speaking, except when we're speaking to somebody, we're speaking directly to them. Content is very similar, and so we have to be able to know our audience ahead of time. So what you can do is collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website. So you can get that data in Google Analytics under audience. Email subscribers. Who is subscribing to your emails? Who do you already have in your email database? And you can look at social media. You look at Facebook. You can look at the people who are already connected to you. Okay, these are just some three of many examples you could be doing to gather data on your audience. Okay, you have to know who your audience is before you start writing. For a successful content marketing strategy, you really just need to know your audience. And basically, you're going to segment them based on their interests. So that content is going to be catered to that audience. Okay, so if it's an audience that likes a specific, product that you offer or feature that's part of that product that you offer, then that's the segment you're going to be writing about. So you need to collect your data on your audience ahead of time. And then you're going to segment that audience, okay? So you're not going to write content for everyone because the shoe doesn't necessarily fit for everyone, okay? The shoe has to fit for a specific foot. And in this case, we're talking about an audience. We need to be able to segment our audience out. And you could certainly segment them out by age, by gender, by education level, by income, by interest. These are just some of the examples. Again, it could be new returning or new users versus returning users. It could be users who have purchased from you in the past versus users who haven't purchased from you in the past. It could certainly be an age range, or it could be even going further on interest level, or a combination thereof. Okay, so for example, you can get that demographic information using Google Analytics. You just got to go into Analytics, under Audience, under Demographics. You're going to see age, and age is broken out by age range, and then you're going to see gender. So you're going to see a breakdown of gender. And use that to your advantage. So if you're going to, write some content and 99% of your traffic is female, the age of 18 to 24, then, that content's going to be catered accordingly. So you could certainly go to Facebook Page Insights and get some really good demographic data there, because Facebook is all about demographics. Okay, so you could see exactly, how many fans you have broken out by men versus women. And then you could see, again, same thing as Google Analytics, you could see an age range breakout. You could use Twitter Analytics. Twitter shares some really good insights into education level. So, if you're dealing with highly sophisticated people who have master's degrees or even higher, or let's just say even on LinkedIn, that the majority of the people you're trying to target are C-level, meaning CEOs or CFOs or CMOs, chief marketing officers or chief executive officers, then you're going to cater your message a little bit different than, say, mid-range managers or even high-range managers or even VPs. So use your audience information that you collect on these various platforms to your advantage. Okay, so let's jump into number 2. We want to create high quality content. Now, I know this sounds like a given, but, and I say but heavily, there's not a lot of high quality content out there on the internet. So separate yourself first and foremost. Always, always, always create high quality content. It's going to result in a lot of things that are going to benefit you. One, you're going to come across as, somebody who knows what they're talking about, and that's going to help increase your brand awareness. Okay, when you increase your brand awareness, people know about you, so it's likely going to increase traffic to your website. Or if you're on social media, if you produce good high quality content, people are going to share that content. Okay, so from an SEO perspective, it can improve website ranking, meaning if you have good quality content, and it's really focused in on a specific topic or a certain set of core words, keywords, then you're going to rank. Improves website dwell time, meaning, hey, you got good content. People are going to hang around to see what else you have to offer. Okay, so it's no secret that, good content usually leads to, quality engagement. And then certainly last but not least, you can gain a lot of leads here, meaning, hey, somebody likes what you have to say, whether that's a video or blog post or infographic, people are going to become more interested, more engaged, spend more time, and that's all going to funnel through to somebody taking that next step in the funnel and becoming more interested in your service or even purchasing one of your products. So creating high quality content involves brainstorming topics and terms. You got to do the upfront work. Due diligence is at work here. So brainstorm some topics. Use a keyword research tool to gather results. So if you have a topic, one of the benefits of quality content is rankings. Go to Google's keyword planner. Understand how much quality and understand how much competition each keyword has, or understand how much volume each keyword has. That's what's available in Google's keyword planner or any keyword planning tool. You always want to create original content. Okay, so you don't want to plagiarize or take somebody else's content, and then you want to support that content with compelling headlines. So if you have a piece of content, you got to get somebody's attention, write a nice headline that's going to grab their attention. Okay, so give valuable content to your readers and add resources from well-known sites. So if you do borrow, say, a data point from another source, then cite that source. You also want to create engaging and thought-provoking content. Get somebody to think. People are going to read your content because they don't know the subject matter. They're interested in the subject matter, and they want to be able to spend the time taking something away from that content. Follow a logical structure and use relevant images. I can't stress this one enough. Just throw things on a web page, put some structure to it. And if you have to, break it out. If you feel like you have too much content, there's no harm in breaking it into part 1 versus part 2. Get people, tease them a bit. Get them to come back and read part 2. Okay, use different content forms in case somebody's interested. Maybe you want to capture some data. Prefer short paragraphs to make the content readable. Remember, if you're talking to C-level folks, maybe you don't have to dummy down the content, so to speak, but if you're dealing with, folks or people that are right out of high school or still in high school, then adjust your content and format and paragraphs accordingly. And then update the content as well. Just because you publish it doesn't mean that it's done. When we're talking about a web page, we're talking about something that is actively changing or can change. The medium that is dynamic. Okay, so if a data point's changed, go back in and update that data point. And then let people know about it, because they may want to come back and check in to see how much that data point's changed. So these are all, good takeaways for creating high quality content. There's some other things that you should be aware of, grammatical mistakes. You need to avoid those. There's no reason for grammatical mistakes. Today's technology doesn't allow for it. And hey, listen, we all have friends, we have colleagues. My desk is sitting next to a colleague who's more than happy to read something before it gets published. So take advantage of the resources you have available. No reason for it, because if you have a grammatical mistake, you just lost a lot of credibility. Don't be afraid to add a clear call to action at the end of your content. If somebody's interested in reading it, they're probably going to be interested in taking the next step, whatever that next step is. Okay, so create content that fulfills viewers' requirements, meaning if somebody's searching for something and your content shows up in the search results, then they're actively looking for you. What are you offering them? Is it fulfilling their requirements? Don't be afraid to use examples throughout your content. In fact, work in or integrate some case studies in there. Show clear examples to stress your points. And then just don't put words on a web page. So break up that content with an image that's going to be visually appealing. Okay, and you can add images from public domain sites, meaning stock imagery, if that's what's going to help create visually appealing content. And then give more information to your audience. And we say prefer to give more information, meaning, hey, going back to the content I was saying about breaking it up, organizing it, if you have more information, don't withhold it. Have them come back and read a secondary blog post or secondary piece that supports the original. Now, we want to move from high quality content to running A/B test. A/B test is so important. Why? Because with A/B split testing, you can increase your conversion rates. Okay, so 4 elements to test in your content marketing strategy. So if you have content, say a blog, and you're testing that blog, test out the images. Test out the forms. Do you have a long form or short form? Test out the content length. You can have a variation that is a lot shorter than the original. Does that increase or decrease bounce rates? Play around with call to actions. Call to actions do matter. Do you want to use a softer call to action, a softer tone, or do you want to use something very direct and strong? Test call to actions to see what's going to get people to move closer closer to purchasing and through that funnel. So A/B testing to me is something that should be naturally done. With Google Optimize, it's free. So with images, you could test a lot of different variations of images, anything from people to, outlandish imagery to just something very stock and neutral. But just make sure that those images are relevant to the post. Test the length of that content. Again, if you know that your average time on page is very low, don't write something very long. Write something that you think is going to stick with that time on page. But on your A/B test, create something maybe a little longer. If it's engaging enough, maybe somebody's going to stay a little bit longer on the page. So, create a variation that's going to play with that length. Okay, so use analytics to your advantage to figure out, as a baseline, what amount of content is getting people to stay on the page. Then see if you can push the envelope one way or the other. Okay, improving the page with sign-up forms. Really, what you want to do is create a user-friendly experience. So when you have sign-up forms, don't make them non-intuitive. Don't make them difficult. Link maybe up to Facebook or Google, so if they're creating an account, they can create an account via Google or Facebook. Or, don't put too many forms on the page. And then on those CTAs, as I mentioned, play around with the tone. You can also play around with the color. I test color all the time. Believe it or not, color does matter. Don't use red, use green. People react to different colors. But again, you have cultural variances as well. So you got to take that into account. If you're in the Middle East or the Far East, Asia, color schemes and what you say matters, and it changes versus, say, Europe or the West. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're making changes on color or tone or placement and things of that nature. So you want to conduct a competitor analysis. So we're talking about creating high quality content, testing that content, brainstorming some topics, looking at your audience. You're doing all this work. You might as well take the next step and figure out what it is your competitors are doing. So you can opt for competitive analysis by identifying your competitors' top performing content for specific topics. Okay. And so really what we're trying to do here is improve our conversion rates. So what are your competitors doing? What are their baselines? We can maybe up that ante. That data is also available in Google Analytics. So you can look at benchmarking reports in Google Analytics to get some form or fashion. You can also go to Facebook and look at your competitors' Facebook pages and see what's performing in terms of engagement. But what you want to do is find out your strongest competitors by using search engines or check which websites are competing with you. And again, that could include Facebook as well, or maybe even LinkedIn. So you go with the search engine route, you can always type in that coveted keyword that you want to be found for. see who's ranking ahead of you, and you can see the metadata, meaning the title tag and the meta description. You can actually see, hey, what are these guys writing that's getting them recognized in the search engine rankings? So you can certainly, if you go to the search engine route, you can certainly leverage an SEO platform like SEMrush or Moz or something like that. That's going to allow you to get some good insight on competitor information. So keep in mind there are SEO platforms that will give you information on your competitors. And that's what these SEO platforms are good for. So number 5, moving on, choose a suitable content format. So now we've done all this homework. We know what we want to say. We know who we want to say it to. We're ready to do some testing, but we need to find a format because it's not always about a web page per se, meaning content on a web page. It's not always about a blog post with content in that blog post. Okay, we need to decide the type of content that's going to fit what we're trying to say. So again, you can go the traditional route with just posting a blog post. And there's nothing wrong with that because with a blog post, you can incorporate video and imagery. You could also go a more harder route. When I say harder, more, I say official route with an ebook or case study. Something that a user is going to be able to take away with maybe download. Okay? Something more official, something more in-depth, something with a harder stamp on it. So that shows individuals that you've taken the time, you've done this homework, you've done this research, you've done some really in-depth analysis, and now the proper format for that is not a blog post, it's an ebook. Now, if you're into talking, like I am, then you could certainly do a podcast. And podcasts are always popular depending on the topic. So you got to be aware of the topic. Now, videos are always a good option. You got the likes of video and YouTube and some other, video platforms out there that allow you the ability to get found very quickly, especially with the likes of YouTube. People use YouTube before they go on to purchasing a product. So think about that. So if you're trying to get if you're trying to sway an audience to move from being a brand awareness and a loyal, customer to taking the next step, okay, to purchasing more or purchasing for the first time. And so videos kind of help convey that. Now, if you're trying to convey a lot of different points, then an infographic might be your best option. Instead of having to write out all those points, try using an infographic to convey those points visually. Now, again, with blog posts, it should have valuable content that can be shared by your website visitors on social. So that's the key. Make sure you have those shareable social icons. Now, with ebooks, it should have longer and in-depth content. And it shouldn't be published frequently. So maybe if this is something you're doing annually, then ebook could be the format. With a case study, what you should have a customer story that succeeded in you solving that customer's problem. So the case study is always there for somebody to get an idea of what you're all about. Infographic is just visualizing data in a more organized way, in a more visual way, so somebody understands what you're trying to convey. Now with that podcast, again, suppose your audience doesn't have an interest in reading. Again, it could be a certain age, certain gender, a certain culture. Hey, everybody absorbs information differently. So think about it. Ask yourself, is a podcast the best way to communicate to my target audience? And then videos are highly engaging. They're also shareable on blog posts and pretty much most, if not all, social media platforms. So once you've done that, once you choose the proper format, you want to choose a content management system that's going to work for you. So you want to be able to choose something where you can plan appropriately, produce, manage, publish, and measure results all in one place. There are plenty of content management systems out there that will help you do all of those things. Okay, so some examples are WordPress, HubSpot, Binder. We can list hundreds. If you're into blogging, WordPress is the way to go. If you're into building out landing pages that you want to, share, HubSpot could be the way to go. Okay, there are lots of available options out there. So moving on, number 7, target your audience using emails. Okay, so what are we talking about? Well, we all know what emails are. Emails help us to communicate directly with our target audience and convert them to leads. So email is a good way to follow up with your audience. So if you've done a podcast, follow up with an email. Maybe get them to, fill out a survey via email based on that podcast. Or if you create a podcast about some data that you talked about in that podcast, follow up that with them via email with an infographic perhaps, okay, built into the email. Okay, there's lots of ways that all these formats can complement themselves via email. Okay, you could certainly take a blog post and package it into an email and have a link pointing back to the blog post, maybe as a teaser. Or if you're doing a series of blog posts, you could tease that in an email. So an email is a good way to, follow up with your target audience indirectly or directly. And when we say indirectly, you can collect emails and send out those emails with, certain information. Or what you should be doing is targeting and segmenting your emails just like you are your content. So if you're producing content for a certain audience, then make sure that particular audience gets that same email. Now, some of the email content that you could share with your target audience are newsletters, okay, seasonal emails, promotional emails, automated messaging. And what we mean by automated messaging, hey, if somebody just purchased from you, send them a thank you email. Maybe follow up a couple days later with another email with a survey. Or what you could do is if you know who your loyal customers are, target them with a promotional email. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice content via email. Okay, just make sure you know your target audience is. There's lots of things you can do in email. Again, you can complement lots of different formats within email, as I mentioned before, with a podcast or a blog post. So keep all that in mind. Email is a good way to communicate with your audience. Okay, the last point we want to make here is use native ads. Okay, so we talk about native ads. It's one of the smartest ways to connect your audience with your brand. So, for example, this is a native ad on BuzzFeed. Okay, it's about 15 bands that probably wouldn't exist without Led Zeppelin. Okay, so for you folks out there that don't know who Led Zeppelin is, a rock group from the 70s, late 60s, 70s, okay, disbanded in 80, 81, 82, early 80s, okay, but, people grew up like myself listening to Led Zeppelin, okay, so you could see the headline here, 15 bands that probably won't exist without Led Zeppelin. I'm interested in who those bands might be. Even if you don't know who Led Zeppelin is, okay, you might be inquisitive to say, okay, who is this Led Zeppelin group and what are these 15 bands? The key here is not necessarily the headline or Led Zeppelin per se, but it's a native ad and it's sitting next to content talking about music. Okay, so according to Forbes, online audiences are 25% more likely to look at a native ad than at a banner. And so that native ad, in this case, we're talking about music, needs to be sitting or accompanied alongside content talking about, in this case, music. It would help if it was rock music, just music in general might get enough to pique people's interest. Okay, so if you're going to create content, align that content with something that's, naturally going to fit. And that's why we call them native ads, because they're native to the content that they're associated with. So finally, after all that's said and done, when all you've done is create good content, follow up via emails, targeting your audience, and associating that content with, content natively, then you can always measure your content performance. So this is my favorite part of it all. You go in analytics, go into Facebook Insights, you want to go in and check out how that content's performing. And you want to do that because you want to be able to see what's performing, what's not performing. The key here is associating the content with KPIs. That's really the key. So measuring the right metrics can help you understand whether your content is engaging or not. So again, measuring the right metrics. Okay, so when we're talking about a video, you're not necessarily going to look at page views, you're going to look at video views. So, some of these basic metrics of users and sessions and page views, bounce rate, dwell time. That's all great, but you just need to make sure that you're aligning the right metric with the right asset. So for example, if you have a case study in an ebook, you want to make sure that you're measuring how many downloads the ebook or the case study received. Again, with the video, you want to measure video views. Now, if you're packaging up emails and sending them out to your target audience, you want to make sure you look at open rates and click rates. Okay, so a lot of things you can be looking at. So make sure you choose the right metrics, because there's hundreds and hundreds of metrics to choose from. So just be aware of all the different metrics that are available. If you're in it for search, okay, how much traffic getting from search? Where are you ranking? So there are a lot of things you need to think about. So think about the content that you're producing and think about how you want to be able to measure that content. So let's go back over our checklist here. So what you could do is create an editorial calendar. In fact, I would highly suggest you create an editorial calendar in order to keep track of all the content you've done over a period of time. Are you making your content worth reading? That means, are you checking the results of that content? What we just went over, measuring the content. Is it worth reading? Have a column set up in that editorial calendar. Performing or not performing. If it's not performing, don't do it again. Okay, curate your content. Okay, you always want to, make sure you're reusing or using or adding to the content that you've created. Guest post on influential blogger websites. You want to add statistics, numbers, and quotes to your content. Make it engaging. Make it look like you've done your homework. You could share all your content, not just on social media, but, platforms like SlideShare. Now, you can share it on all social media platforms. I'd highly recommend it. And again, you can even repurpose it as a blog post. So if it's a podcast, then, you can recite that podcast in the form of a blog. Okay, so get some testimonials that support some of your content. Again, create a podcast, you could send out an email with a survey or trying to solicit some testimonials. Or if you post something on Facebook, leverage the feedback you get from Facebook in the form of a testimonial. Okay, and then you want to promote your blog post for maximum success. And a lot of that means SEO. So make sure you do your due diligence and get the right keywords in that blog post. Okay, so you can create personas for different user audiences. Okay, so remember, it's all about tone. Okay, so if you're going to create a blog post, make sure your tone is aligned with that right audience, whether that be young, middle-aged, or older. Are you choosing the right type of content? Okay, you'll know based on the results. Okay, you want to add H1 and H2 tags on your web pages. Why? Because when we're talking about content, we're talking about organizing the content. And H1 and H2s help you organize the content appropriately. Customize the metadata. Metadata is title tag and meta tag descriptions and even alt tags. Okay, all of that is for search. So you want your content to show up in search, whether that's video, infographic, or blog post. All of it can be shown in search results. So make sure you write a good title and make sure you write a good meta description, because that's what people are going to see when they search. Okay, so you want to create a detailed summary and title. And again, that goes along with the title tag and meta description. And then you want to make it easy for the audience to ask questions and comment on your blog. So don't be afraid, like I'm going to do right now in this video, is if I'm missing anything from this checklist, feel free to comment. Hey, I've written my fair share content, but I could be talking to an audience that is just as qualified as I am, and they may have some tips. So feel free to comment underneath this video. Now, don't be afraid to ask, just like I just did. People are always willing to provide constructive feedback. So don't be afraid to ask for it and make it easy. So to me, every blog post needs to have some form of a comment box, because blog posts are out there to solicit engagement. Now let's recap everything we talked about, because we certainly covered a lot, and there's a lot to cover when it comes to content marketing. So one, know your audience. Again, you can lean on Google Analytics, demographic data, whether it be age or gender. You could do the same with Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. Every platform has some data you could take away. Create high quality content. When I mean high quality content, Let's brainstorm some topics. Has it already been written to death about? Or is this unique? Don't write something your competitors are writing. Okay, don't copy what your competitors have written. Organize your content. Support it with good imagery. All of these are tips to creating high quality content. Okay, when you create that content, think about running some A/B tests. Run some variations and switch out the image, switch out the call to action, see what's going to get people to react and engage with the content. Conduct competitor analysis, so lean on the Facebooks of the world to see what your competitors are posting, see what's engaging for them. Okay, you can also lean on these SEO platforms like SEMrush and Moz. All you got to do is plug in a domain and they're going to give you some information about where a particular competitor ranks for a keyword or how many backlinks and what websites are linking to them. So all that's available in these SEO platforms. Okay, so you want to choose a suitable content format. We listed a few, from ebooks to case studies to podcasts to infographics to blog posts to videos. It's up to you what you think is best for your audience. Just keep in mind you need to be able to measure it. And so that's the important thing. If it doesn't work the first time out, then you might want to consider changing out the content format. Choose a content management system. Plenty out there. WordPress is a good one if you're going to be a blogger. Okay, blogging allows you to, post, optimize that blog post. You could have the ability to share that blog post across social platforms, and you can also have that blog post show up in search engine results. So you can't do any of that without a good content management system. So you want to target your audience using emails. Okay, so email is a good way to, again, further communicate with that particular segmented audience. And again, you could use it to send out promotional emails to loyal followers. Or you can use systematic emails to send an email, a thank you email to somebody who purchases, and then another follow-up email. And again, you can repurpose some of the content you've done in another format in the form of an email. So, if you created a video, put that video in the form of an email and send it out to your audience to make sure they're not missing out on that video you just created. So lots of ways to use email. Take advantage of email. It's your ally here. Okay, use native ads. Okay, don't be afraid to put that content and pair it with some other content on another website. It's been proven. People are going to engage in an ad that they see based on the content they're currently reading. Because the ad, if it's native, it's going to be similar in nature to the content they're currently engaged in. And then measure your content performance. I can't say this enough. Make sure you're leveraging Google Analytics. Okay, with Google Analytics or Facebook Insights or Twitter or LinkedIn or any other platform you're running on, they're going to have data on what you've posted. So take advantage of it. Align your KPIs. So if it's an ebook or case study, don't measure just traffic, measure how many people are actually downloading them.
In most organizations, the people who are doing search engine optimization have been doing it for a while. And I can tell you, because I've been doing it for a while, that in the old days, it was mostly technical with a little bit of content sprinkled in. So for argument's sake, let's say 80-20. 80% of what an SEO needed to learn how to do had to deal with, your meta tags, your metadata, CMS systems, and blah, 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 blah. And, oh, by the way, you needed some content on the page. Well, here we are, a long time past that. And if this, you look through this slide here, for example, this is the latest guidance from Google on the kind of content they want. And if you look through the list here, most of the items on it aren't technical. And frankly, most of it is content. And if you think about it, what this means is that the job description for SEO has changed dramatically, particularly beginning with the Panda update, but then including the Penguin update, and then Hummingbird, and pardon me, more and more and more, SEOs had better be interacting with the people who are creating quality content, engaging content, credible content, Useful content, it's not enough just to put keywords in the right places anymore on pretty thin content. That won't get you where you want to go. So again, different paths, maybe the same direction, but the folks in content marketing and the folks in SEO frankly need each other, and they may or may not recognize it in your organization, but it's a starting point. This is a conversation you probably need to have.
Content marketing is complex. It often overlaps with other elements of marketing. The most typical overlaps are with social media marketing and SEO, and there probably already are in your organization those kind of groups. The SEOs may be on one floor, and the social media marketing people may be in a different building, whatever. But the new success formula says we got to get all those folks to the same table. Now, we may have to do it virtually. We may have to use, webinars in order to hold those kind of meetings. Who knows? But the point is that, the world is shifting, and organizational structures need to shift with it. And again, that's not something you can change tomorrow, but that is something that will evolve over time. And for what it's worth, it turns out that, let's just say, the people who are in SEO, they may or may not admit it at first, but they absolutely need to work with the people in content marketing. Why? Because basically after Panda and Penguin, the rules shifted. And it's less about your title tag. And it's mostly focused now on the quality of your content and whether that content is link worthy, which means it's really compelling content. It's remarkable content. That's content that's going to get people to link to it because, wow, that's, and that's not necessarily part of the skill set that was required to be a successful SEO 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So again, you got to get these folks to the table. They've got to work together, and again, that means the organizational structure probably needs to shift. And the same is true with the social media marketing folks. They went out and their initial goals and objectives were, get lots of likes, get lots of fans, get lots of views, get lots of Twitter followers. Why? Because that seemed to be the metric that the platform gave us. And so we used it to measure success. Well, it turns out none of those measures actually measure real success because they're focused on being successful on the platform. Boy, I have lots of fans. As opposed to being successful in business. Wow, that generated lots of leads and sales. So there is a real discrepancy between, let's just say, the center of gravity. Okay, it's not Facebook. You're not going to make a lot of money on Facebook. It's just not set up to do business. You got to get those folks that you've engaged in Facebook to your website where they can buy something. And that's a, radical shift for all the folks who are in social media marketing to say, wait, time out. But that's not what I was told a couple of years ago. And the answer is that's correct. What we've learned over time is that being engaging is useful if it's harnessed to a benefit. And I'll tell you, in most organizations, the social media marketing people are under a cloud because they aren't delivering business benefit. And they too need to learn to work with the content marketing people in order to do that. And in some cases, they may not be creating the right kind of content that actually generates leads and sales as opposed to, is inexpensive to create to get my next fan or my next Twitter follower. So the key metrics here are no longer how many likes or comments or shares did you get. That's nice. But how many sales leads did you generate? What percentage of those converted into sales? That's a radical change. But again, it helps when the social media marketing people are at the table with the content marketing people.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders from Simplilearn, and today we're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google, high quality content, and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked #1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content is just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be #1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank #1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics. And those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement. For example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as #1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related. And we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io. And that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media. You can re-engage them as a post. You could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your webpage for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged, because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text, so that way if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes, and more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweets, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay? Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Creating high quality videos and some of the best practices around that. So along with everything we mentioned about choosing the right keywords, we always need to keep in mind that the videos we create need to be of high quality. So the content itself, in addition to the keywords, is a primary factor in ranking. So in order to have keywords, we need to have content. And in order to rank, we need to have good content. So let's talk a little bit about creating content and what's involved with that and what we really mean by high quality videos. So if you have a video content that is not informative or relevant to the topic, it won't rank. So that's just common sense. So you need to create content that's aligned with the topic, obviously, and then that way you have keywords that are aligned with the content. So, but if you have content that really isn't aligned with the topic, then you're not going to rank, no matter how much you've optimized that video. So just keep that in mind. So there's a couple of things we want to look at here. So high quality content is determined by really two metrics. So if we're not sure about how good our content is and how good of high quality video we created, we want to look at audience retention and user engagement. So Audience retention is simply the percentage length of your video that the audience has watched. It's the percentage your audience has watched. So focusing on audience retention is important for people who want their videos to rank high. So if you want to rank, you need to optimize for the keywords, but got to keep in mind content. So content is related to audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention, percentage length, your video that the audience has watched. And for example, it can be both absolute in minutes or percentages. So audience retention can be the average view duration or percentage of the audience that watched. Then we have user engagement. So user engagement are viewers who are engaged with your content. And so that means they're either sharing it, subscribing, commenting, or liking. So those are all forms of engagement. So the percentage of users who watched or how long they watched versus engagement or in combination with engagement are two factors for ranking. So let's talk about some tips for creating high quality videos. So we want to publish longer videos. And so what do we mean behind longer videos? So what's the reason for longer videos? Let's just suppose we have two videos, one shorter in length and one longer in length. The first video is 15 minutes long. The second video is 7 minutes long. So on average, if viewers watch about 40% of both videos, then video X, which is 15 minutes long, will have more than twice the watch time of the video that's 7 minutes long. So remember, duration. We want, people to watch our videos longer. So if the video is longer in length, if it's 40%, then it's going to have a longer audience engagement, audience retention. So that's one of the reasons, from a metric standpoint. So even when viewers watch, both videos, the time is going to differ. So we want to take into account longer videos for primarily that reason, is because, it gives an end user an opportunity to watch the video longer, and then it's going to help us rank our videos longer. So when we talk about watch time, so if one video has higher watch time than the other, watch time is just the number of views times the average view duration. So another tip is we want to plan our video script. So we want to keep the content organized. My recommendation is, create an outline first. And once you create an outline of how the video is going to flow, then start populating with content. And so to me, that's how you can keep the flow organized, okay, is really with an outline, starting out with an outline. Videos are no different than, say, a presentation. If you've done a PowerPoint presentation, you always want to start out doing an outline. And then we want to upload high resolution videos. High resolution, we don't want to create videos that, are small resolution, like say, 400 by 400 resolution or something, something really small. We want to create something a very high res. So according to Linko, more than 50% of videos on the first page of YouTube are high definition. So high definition videos of higher quality are going to be shown on the first page of YouTube more often than not. So high resolution videos, organizing the content, publishing longer videos are examples of creating high quality videos. We also want to make sure that content is relevant to the title. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, obviously the content is going to be about, intro to machine learning or what is machine learning, and then the title should reflect that content. So aligning the title sets the expectation for the end user. So when they see a title, what is machine learning? Then when they watch the video, they're expecting to learn about machine learning and what it is. So if it meets expectations, then the chances are that person who's watching the video is going to watch it longer. And that means it's going to fulfill the viewer's requirements. And when you align everything accordingly, keywords, titles, content, then at the end of the day, the user is going to watch it. And the more they watch it, the higher the engagement, the better chance you have to rank. Some other tips that you could use to create high quality videos. So we want to be able to, use examples to clarify our content. So don't be afraid to go into another screen like I am. If I want to, I'm talking about videos, jump into the machine learning basics video, which I've done throughout this session. I can simply do that by keeping the user engaged. Here, this video is about machine learning basics. Well, the titles align with the video. We made sure that we have a nice description about what the video is about, and we're aligning the expectations. So not only that, I'm showing you an example within the video itself. So we want to use examples throughout your video to keep the user engaged. It will also help clarify what you're trying to express in the video itself. So we want to make it visually appealing. So visually appealing means imagery or examples in the video. And then when we talk about imagery, you want to use good images in your video. So use public domain sites that are available to you, like Shutterstock or Flat Icon. There are plenty of those sites out there. So feel free to use any one of those sites to use high quality images in your video. Give more information to your audience. Giving maximum relevant information can help gain more views. And so when we talk about more information, again, it goes back to, the examples you use. Should be no shortage of examples. Here, description. Use all 5,000 characters at your disposal. Imagery. We want to build up as much information as you can in the video itself to keep the end user, the viewer, engaged. We also want to create original content. So always create original content. You could certainly get ideas from YouTube. If you want to create a video about machine learning, see what else has already been done. Do searches on YouTube itself. But, when you're going to create a video, you can create another video about what is machine learning, but just make sure it has your own take on it. You're the subject matter expert when creating the video. Create it with your own original content. Have high audio quality and video effects. So just like you see here on this video, we have effects in it, and the audio is of high quality, meaning no background noise, no distortion, and we want to be able to speak clearly in the video. So you want to speak clearly, loudly, concise, just as I'm trying to do now, so that you can understand what I'm trying to say, or what the viewer's trying to understand when they're watching the video. So watching and listening are two of the components, and you want to make sure both of are high quality. Avoid distractions. We don't want to pause. You don't want to ramble on a particular point too long. We want to keep users engaged. So you always want to move from one point to the other. Intermix it with examples. Those are ways to keep the users engaged. We want to include transcripts or subtitles for your video. So transcripts is just more content that's aligned with the video, and the search engines will be able to pick up that content and help your video rank. So to me, that's a key component to creating a good video, is having the necessary content that go along with the video. That outline I referenced earlier in terms of organization, you always want to have a content outline. So what topics are you going to cover in the video? That's why you need the outline, to point that out, confirm that before you actually start creating the video. Okay, focus on the initial 15 seconds. So that's key. Somebody's going to click the play button of your video, and if you don't catch them in the first 15 seconds, then they're likely going to pause the video or just go ahead and close it out altogether. So you want to be able to capture somebody's attention right off the bat. And even before they click on that play button, you want to make sure, again, you're exceeding expectations. That title is aligned with the content. So in your first 15 seconds, it basically needs to be catchy, but also setting the expectation of what the user's expecting. So in this example here, we want to pay close attention to the first 15 seconds. That's when viewers are most likely to drop off. So we can look at audience retention in YouTube. So use the options above the graph to view absolute audience retention or relative audience retention. So audience retention is basically how many views a video received and the percentage of the total number of video views. And that includes every moment of the video as a percentage. So we'll show you an example of what that looks like. So here, if we go to the machine learning basics video, we can look at the audience retention report. And this is, since it's been uploaded, the lifetime audience retention. So here we can see a nice graph, the percentage of people who viewed it and how long they viewed it. So in percentage. So here, for example, I can see, 43, 44% watched the video for at least 2 minutes. Here I can see 28.6% watched it for 6 minutes plus. So that's the audience retention. It gives us an idea in terms of percentage, how many people or percentage of people watch the video at what length. So that's audience retention. So we want to keep that number high at the very initial stage of the video. And we want to keep it high throughout, and that's why you always want to create high quality content, using those examples, using imagery, making it organized content, not pausing, going from one point to the other. Those are all best practices to keep the viewer engaged. And then we want to add resources from well-known sites. So throughout this video, we've used Backlinko. There are other sources we've used. So if you have a source, go ahead and put it in your video to add credibility. And then we want to use cards to your video. So this cards is basically a feature that recommends relevant videos to your audience. So in addition to machine learning basics, there could be other videos about machine learning that we can recommend, or YouTube can recommend to the audience. To set up end screens, you want to make sure that with end screens, you can use relevant videos to your audience towards the end of your video. So you can recommend relevant videos towards the end of your video. You can also create playlists. So this is a feature that keeps your audience engaged with relevant content by auto playing the next video. So if you enable this feature, it's going to go from one video to another. Pattern interrupts keep the audience engaged. So basically, it allows your audience to stay within one video without having any interruptions involved. And so going back to the Did You Know, audience retention report helps you analyze how well your videos are engaging to the audience. So what do we mean by that? Well, if I go back again to my audience retention report, how engaging was it? Well, I could see 42%, 43% watched it on average of 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So to me, that's pretty good. Of course, we always want 100% of the video. The video is 7 minutes long. If almost half of our audience saw over half of the video, then I would say that's pretty good. People were engaged. So audience retention just is a good report to start looking at to help you understand how engaging is my video. And if your video is not engaging, you can always go back and edit it or fix it or tweak it. So remember, the average view duration for all videos and top performing videos listed by all time, we can look at that information as well. In addition, we can look at demographics, so we can get an overview of the age, gender, and location. Okay, we can look at playback locations report, and what the playback locations report does is it helps us determine the platforms where our videos are being streamed from within YouTube. Look at the traffic sources, where did the viewers come from, devices, did they look on mobile or tablet? And so if there's any doubts, if you have any questions, please drop a comment below, but especially if you have any doubts on the metrics. So if we go back into YouTube, we can look at analytics. And if we're looking at analytics, we can see more. And then this is going to show us everything we need to see from device type. So if I click on more, I can see my playback location. So this will show me where the video was watched. It was on a watch page or a channel page. I could see the traffic sources. I could see the gender and age. So if I click on the viewer age report, I can see the percentage of views by age. So I can get a lot of information about my video and how it's performed, who's watched it, what they've done with it, where they come from, all the information they need to know. Okay, so it's all within YouTube Analytics. So again, if you have any questions about that, just drop a comment below. Especially if you're new to YouTube, you may have some questions, but just know that every video you publish to YouTube, high quality, aligned with your keywords, you're going to be able to view the metrics by looking at YouTube Analytics.
Now, before we get into the tips and tricks, let's take a refresher on what exactly is content marketing. Content marketing is a form of marketing that involves the creation and sharing of online content to help generate audience interest in a brand's product or services. This means providing information that the audience considers valuable and relevant in a consistent manner so that it drives some sort of profitable customer action. So let's talk about the content that falls under content marketing. There's options like blogs, videos, infographics, case studies, white papers, and ebooks. So why is content marketing so important? Firstly, it helps build awareness, trust, and loyalty in your brand. The more your brand provides accurate and well-researched content, the more people learn about and trust your brand. The more the audience trusts in you, the more they're likely to buy from you. Creating the content is relatively inexpensive and can be done in-house. Content marketing will also enable your brand to increase traffic to your site and get more conversions. It also helps improve other marketing tactics like search engine optimization, social media, and public relations. Now let's have a look at the content marketing process. The first step is to determine what goals you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. It could be increased conversions, website signups, and so on. Then you set up buyer personas from among your audience that can buy your content. But what exactly are buyer personas? Now, these are research-based profiles that represent your target customer. Buyer personas help you describe your brand's ideal audience, the decisions they make, the challenges they face, their interests, and so on. Next, you'll have to set up content audits to determine the best type of content that works for you. You also need to set up a content management system like HubSpot, Squarespace, Wix, and WordPress. They'll help you with increased collaboration, greater support, run A/B tests, and much more. You'll need to brainstorm for new forms of content that your audience can enjoy. After that, you can zero in on a particular form of content that would work the best for you. And finally, you can publish and manage your content. Now let's talk about content marketing tips. Number 1, remarket your content. Content marketing is one of the many ways you can spread your content to a wider audience. You can define the audience you want to market to and then tag visitors who come to your site. And using Google's display network, you can strategically position your ads in front of people on Google or its partner websites who previously interacted with your website and advertised to them. Through this, you can build awareness and engagement with your audience. Here's an example of a banner advertisement I would be shown if I was shopping for a MacBook Pro on Amazon and changed my mind at the last moment. This ad would maybe stay at the back of my head until eventually I go and finish that purchase. Now let's go to number 2, answering complex questions with your content. Targeting specific keywords is extremely helpful with your content. This is why you need to focus on Google's featured snippet. This position, also known as position 0, enhances and draws user attention on the search engine's result page. Through the featured snippet, you can drive a large amount of traffic to your website while cementing your position as an expert in your industry. You can have different forms of snippets, like definition boxes, where a snippet of text gives researchers direct and concise definitions and descriptions. You could have tables where data is taken from the page and displayed in a table. You could have ordered lists where items are presented in specific order. And you can also have unordered lists. Next up, number 3, we have create a personality for your brand. If you're looking to grow a following for your content, try not to copy how already established and successful corporate blogs do things. Nowadays, audiences tend to prefer content that has a certain humanness about it. Tend to follow solo influencers. They advertise their brand by being themselves. In a way, they're selling themselves by being themselves. You need to analyze what these popular and influential blogs are doing and incorporate into your brand's website. Thanks to this, your audience will connect with you and come back for more. Now, here's an example of one of the largest players in digital marketing, Neil Patel. See how he himself is the brand. And if you've gone through his content, you know it's pretty great as well. That's what you should be striving for. Moving on to tip number 4, ensure that your content matches your brand's voice. To make sure of this, you need to constantly review your editorial standards and make sure your tone and quality remain consistent. You need to ask your audience questions about how you can develop and refine your brand's voice. By answering these questions, you can provide your audience with a more cohesive and helpful experience. Your tone of your brand can vary on the basis of what type of content you're planning to post and what the goal you want to achieve from the campaign. Next up, we have number 5, back up your arguments for data. Using statistics and facts to make a point by including a link to the original source makes it extremely credible. This data can help the audience grow trust in your brand to persuade them that your content is valid and valuable. This will also help your brand grow as an industry expert. At number 6, we have use specific keywords. Now make sure you use specific keywords in your content. This takes care of the SEO aspect behind your content. This will also help your content have a greater chance of being found, indexed, and ranked. It could also help your content rank for niche topics within your industry. Moving on to tip number 7, evaluate the success of your content with data. Earlier, we talked about why it's so important that you back up your content with data. Now, let's talk about how data can help you improve. Analytics tools will help you learn more about how well your content is doing, the age demographics of the people enjoying it, who doesn't, their locations, the best time to post, and much more. With this data, you can make sure that your time and money are being used in the best possible way. Some of the most popular tools in the market are BuzzSumo, Evernote, HubSpot, Trello, and WordPress. These will help you find topics and influencers within your industry. You can capture, organize, and share notes, collaborate with team members, create sales funnels, and much more. Now, we've reached midway right now. So I've got a question for you. Do you guys have any tips for content marketing that we haven't covered yet? Let me know in the live chat. Alright, so let's get back to our list. Tip number 8 is to be consistent with your content. Post your best performing content and make sure they follow a consistent schedule. Finding a balance of the different types of content to be posted with the help of a content calendar will show your audience that you're committed to providing them helpful and informative content. This will also establish your brand as an authority and thought leader within your niche. It will help your audience depend on you for quality content and give them a reason to return. Tip number 9 is to make your content actionable. Providing actionable steps or information in your content will coerce your audience to take a particular action quickly. It can help you create valuable content and fix pain points faced by your audience, build a strong relationship with them, and earn their trust. It also leads to increased engagement and a positive brand experience. It provides users with real value and solutions, leading them to take action. Here we have an example from Trello where we see a pop-up with a call to action asking interested users to input their email IDs to Social Media Today, involving more than 200 marketers. More than 49% of them felt content marketing was really important to their digital marketing campaigns, and more than 25% of their budgets are used for visual advertising. Content like images, infographics, videos, and other forms of rich media will help you enhance the message of your brand and reach a wider audience. Here's an example of advertising by Coca-Cola. Although there's not a lot of text in the ads, you can immediately recognize the unmistakable branding and the message they're trying to send. Moving on to tip number 11, create trending and evergreen content. Creating content that's evergreen and trending with your own unique angle, statistics, and research will be a huge advantage since you'll have to update it every now and then. You'll get a great deal out of the work without having to do a lot of work. Here's an example of one such evergreen article. People are never going to stop wanting to learn how to do SEO. So with a little tweaking every few months to reflect new changes that Google may have done, you'll have an article that you can get considerable mileage out of. Next up, tip number 12 is to understand content that works for you. You need to analyze what content works on different social media platforms. For example, you all know YouTube is the best place for video content, Instagram and Pinterest for visual content, Twitter for smaller, snappy content, and so on. Understanding what works and what doesn't will help you better spread your content across the internet. Tip number 13 is to understand your target audience. Now, like I mentioned earlier, your marketing campaign isn't going to bear fruit without targeting a specific audience. Understanding who your audience is one of the most important steps for this. You can find this out by asking questions like who you're engaging with online, their age, location, language, etc. By using social listening to find out what audiences are talking about your brand, using tools to research what social channels your audience is using, and so on. After understanding them, you can set up buyer personas for your audience. Tip number 14 is to perform A/B testing. Now, A/B testing will help you understand what your audience likes or doesn't, what content works for you, and much more. You can do A/B testing on headlines and title tags, call to actions, content formats, image types, content length, and much more. It can also help you make better decisions in the future. And finally, our tip number 15 is to reach out to people sharing similar content. One of the best ways to build your audience is to get people or influencers who already share content within your niche to share your content. Now, since these people already have a trusting audience, they would be a lot more likely to enjoy your content.
Content marketing, interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Starting out, what are the essential components of a good web content? Okay, so essential components. Okay, so what do we want our content to do? Well, we want it to be useful. So web content should be written in a way which caters to what the reader wants. Okay, so somebody's not going to read your content if it's not useful for them. Okay, this because it affects reader engagement. Okay, so if it's not interesting, it's not useful, somebody's just not going to read it. Plain and simple. It also has to be engaging. So listen, even if it is relevant to a user, you still have to write the content so it's engaging. So you want to add elements like imagery, videos. Hey, you could even turn your content into an infographic. Okay, you want to do something that's going to be engaging for the user. If it's engaging, they're going to read it and engage with the content. Okay, and then good content should have some call to action. So content must be written in a way that can drive call to action. Okay, so if you're writing a blog post, I've seen a lot of blog posts just simply start and end with good content, but it doesn't leave the user with anywhere to go. So have that call to action. Put some internal links in that content. Give somebody a place to go after they're done engaging with the good content that you write. Okay, so some other things to think about, some other components for good content. Well, credibility. So, anybody can write, but are you writing about something you know what you're writing about? Are you a good talking point, a good expert, or have experience about this content? So you also want to use, information from a legitimate source. Okay, so you don't want to grab something and use it in your content that's just not legitimate, because it does hurt your credibility and the organization's credibility. And then also originality. Write something that nobody else has written. So obviously you don't want to plagiarize, because if you plagiarize, and there are tools out there where people can easily just put their content in there to see what else is out there, see if somebody else has plagiarized it. So it's very easy to find people who plagiarize. So don't be that person. What I would recommend, create a good content calendar and come up with some ideas before you write them. Next question related to content marketing. So what are the types of content you can create? Well, there are a lot of things you can create. Start with the blog. Blog, to me, is always a great place to start. It's a blank canvas for your ideas, your thoughts, your opinions. Okay, that's a great thing about a blog. It accentuates personality. You can create a video. Videos are always engaging. You can create an infographic. Infographics to me are, a hidden gem. Instead of somebody reading the same old, you're laying this out in a very visual way that's easy to understand. Create a case study. Okay, so if you're digital marketing expert, done social media for another client, write about it. Show the successes, show that you are an expert, show that you've created successful campaigns in social and in the form of a case study. You can create a white paper. White papers are good educational pieces. You can also create an ebook. Okay, ebook, hey, if you have a lot of content, you want to lay it out, an ebook's a good way to go. I mean, you have a lot of choices here when it comes to content, a lot of choices. Okay, so what are the advantages of having a content calendar? So I alluded to that just a couple of seconds ago. So let's really break this down here because content calendars to me are so important. Well, first of all, calendar part of content calendar allows you to think about dates. So if you're planning something, you're going to have important dates in mind. Okay, so content calendar, it almost ensures you don't miss anything, that's a good opportunity for you to leverage, like, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It's probably important when those days are if you're in e-commerce. So that's why having a content calendar helps. It helps you plan out your content based on important dates, or based on dates that work for what you're trying to do. They also help because you could stick to a consistent schedule. Okay, so if you don't have a content calendar, you're probably just arbitrarily writing content here and there. Well, what if your users crave and really engage with the content? They're going to want more. Sticking to something consistent is going to really get people to come back for more. They know when you're going to post. They're going to be waiting for it. And if it's every Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock, hey, post it Tuesday morning, 8 o'clock. Your users will get used to that schedule. And it does help build up your following. It does help build up your community. And in the end, cultivates a long-lasting relationship. And then having a content calendar also allows you to mix up your content. Okay, so you can see and plan ahead different types of content in different formats. That way, it allows you to mix it up. Okay, whether it be a blog post, an infographic, a video about different topics. Okay, some other advantages here, saving time. It just allows you to prepare for the future. When you can prepare, you're efficient. And when you're efficient, you're not wasting time. And so to me, having a content calendar is a must because a lot of us are busy. Who has time? And especially if you're going to work in a new company, so let's say writing content, you definitely want to have a content calendar because you're going to want to use that time to efficiently plan. This is a new company you're going to start working at. You want to understand who this company is, what they've done in the past, what you haven't done, and what you want to do. Okay, so all of that helps you plan and prepare, and it saves you the time and effort and hassle down the road. And then at the end of the day, you want to be able to figure out what works. So planning your post puts less strain on you and your team members as well as company resources, because when you plan and you post, you're going to get data. And then when you get data, it's either going to work or not work. And if it doesn't work, then in the future, you're not going to put that piece of content or that topic in the content calendar again. It's that simple. Okay, some other advantages, fresh content. Okay, so having a content calendar allows you to always keep content fresh. Again, you're going to be on a consistent schedule and you're not going to be writing about the same things over and over again. So it could be just simply Twitter. If you're putting a content calendar and together for Twitter, well, you don't want to have the same tweets every other day. So it does ensure that you're getting tweets out there that are fresh, that are new, that are different. And again, figure out what works. A content calendar makes it easier to measure results and optimize performance. So you always want to, maybe put some metrics in with your content calendar so you can see side by side content historically that is performed, content that is not performed. Okay, so next question you may get. What type of content works in each stage of the customer life cycle? So you have awareness, engagement, purchase, post-purchase, advocacy. Okay, so let's break these down here. So awareness. Okay, so you want people to understand who you are. Okay, that could be a guest blog, an influencer helping you out. It could be a cold email, a video that can potentially go viral, a social media post, introducing a product. You have engagement. So you want people to engage with your content. What are you going to do to get people to engage? Well, you could certainly write an email and have people open that email and go to your website. You can have an ebook where people can actually download and read it. Or you can have a blog where people can comment, or a landing page where they can fill out a form submission. You have evaluation. So with social media, we know there's a lot of engagement going on, but when you're putting content out there, you can certainly open it up to testimonials. Okay, you can generate white papers. Okay, or you can generate case studies. Case studies are a good way for companies to evaluate what you've done in the past. If you've worked in it for a specific product in the past and it's worked, you certainly want to put that out there for potential clients in that same industry. Purchase. Trying to get people to purchase, what are you going to do? Well, you can certainly have landing pages, a nice, website, a nice shopping cart with some nice content. Okay, onboarding emails. Get those emails out there and get people to go back to the website and purchase. Of course, you can have product and service details as well, meaning, one page downloadable PDFs that describe the product. Okay, you have post-purchase. Okay, so people who've already purchased, you can certainly send out follow-up emails. You can do blog roundups, give people an opportunity to see what features or updates are happening to the product. Okay, of course, case studies of repeat customers or content types that detail a new feature or service. Okay, so if somebody's already purchased, you may want to send them some content of another product that complements the product they bought. So a lot of things you can do to engage with your user who's already purchased. And then advocacy. You want people to help you out here. So have the user generate the content. You can have exclusive discounts for your community. They're going to be your advocates, so give them exclusive discounts. And then pictures of customers engaging with your products. Okay, who's not going to share that? So you're going to have people share that information. In other words, you can generate content where, hey, people can help you out here and be your advocate. Okay, so how do you decide what topic and subject to write on? Okay, well, going back to the content calendar, that always helps you to see what you've put in that content calendar. But there are some other methods you can use. And you could certainly identify your target audience. And not only identify your target audience, but what their needs are. Okay, so you can write content based on audience. So you could certainly do some research with keywords. Okay, what's trending? What keywords are not trending? Okay, and write around what's trending, for example. Okay, you could certainly take a look at social media, for example, Quora. I always look at Quora. Quora is interesting, entertaining, informational. Hey, people are certainly having conversations on Quora. And you can certainly analyze those conversations because they certainly get in depth, and you can decide, hey, do I want to write a topic around something that really just won't go away in terms of conversing? Quora is a good example of analyzing conversations. They tend to be a little bit more in depth. So some other things you could do, you can look at your competitors and what kind of conversations are happening on your competitors' blogs or your competitors' social media platforms and pages. You can keep track of blogs and articles from subject matter experts, commentators, critics, and so on. Okay, so you can get ideas from them. Another question you may get, which is very important, if you're going to start working for a company, you need to understand the tone of your content, because that is going to fit and be in line with the company you're working for. Okay, so you're always going to have a brand personality. So the characteristics of a brand are the guidelines based on which the content strategy is developed. The tone of the content must align itself to the content strategy. Your audience profile. So you need to determine who your audience is. Okay, and how the brand wants to be seen by that audience. So, if you have an older audience, you're not going to use younger audience, i.e. street lingo or today's lingo and the younger generation. You're going to use language that's going to fit the audience you're talking to. And then, of course, the channel itself. So the content you create must be irrespective of the channel and consistent with brand attributes. Okay, so you gotta pick and choose the channel. If it's LinkedIn, for example, hey, LinkedIn's more business oriented. Okay, so you're not gonna be, as humorous as you would be, say, on Instagram or Facebook. All of these have one thing in common. Again, that's brand guidelines. You have to stay within the brand. What is the brand's personality? How do we want to talk to our audience? And what platform are we using to talk to our audience? How do you promote your content once it's live? Well, that's always a good question. Hey, you doing the work, putting in the hard work to create this, it could be a video, and videos take a long time. It could be an infographic, an ebook. Okay, so send it out via email. Okay, if you have an email list, send it out and let people know this content's there. Put a link in the email or even a piece or snippet or preview of the content in the email. So you're using the email to broadcast and encourage people to, if it's an ebook, get the rest of the ebook. Okay, you can certainly leverage social media to engage with your community. That's the best, just as good as email. Get out there and let people know, hey, I got my book published. Come and download it. You can give a discount to the first 100 people that download it. Okay, you can always promote your content via ads. So whether that be Google or Facebook, you always have an opportunity to be more prominent by advertising the content that you have to offer. So you can always reach out on social media, again, targeting interesting people directly. So you can always interact with people on social, or you can write for others, attract people from the web to important pages of your website by guest posting. So you can always go onto a popular blog post and write something and, link it up or have it be relevant to the content you've written. So next question, how can you determine how well your content is doing? Okay, very important. Again, you've done all the work. You put the content calendar together. You got the content ready to go. It's published. You're promoting it. Social, email, guest blogging, but you want to determine how it's doing. Well, depends on the channel, really is what it comes down to. So if it's organic search, you want to be able to see if it's ranking for the keywords you optimize that content for. If it's social, you want to be able to see if you have engagement, shares, comments, etc. Of course, you can always look at analytics and see how much traffic that blog post is getting, or that page with the white paper is getting. Okay, so you can always look at your analytics and look at the traffic. Okay, and again, you can always look to see if there are conversions in the form of an inquiry or lead or sale. So at the end of the day, you want to align the content with the channel and you want to align the KPI with the content in channel. Okay, so if it's social, you're not likely going to get conversions unless you're doing paid ads. If you're posting organically on social, then you're probably going to get some engagement. So you have to align the right metric with the right channel. What are the steps involved in the content marketing process? Okay, so you really need to decide what goal you want to achieve with the content marketing campaign. So that goes back to what I was just saying a minute ago. If you have content you post it on social, then what's the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Well, you're probably going to get engagement and likes. You need to define buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so you're always writing for an audience and you're going to market that content for that audience. So you always got to keep that in mind. Okay, run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. In other words, how did it perform? What kind of engagement did you get with the infographic? Or did that video really perform well? Or do we want to use, a blog post next time around or an image next time around? So continuing on here, you want to choose an appropriate content management system. Okay, so how are we managing all this content? Okay, is it WordPress or is it another platform? Okay, you could start brainstorming for ideas for new content. So again, that goes back to the content calendar. You leverage your content calendar to always create ideas for new content. Okay, then you want to settle on a particular type of content that you want to create. Okay, so once you come up and you're managing your content, you come up with some ideas, then you obviously want to choose the format, and then of course you want to publish and manage your content after it's all said and done. So these are the steps involved. Again, just quickly decide on the goal, the KPI, decide on your audience, look at what's worked and not worked in the past, get your content set up in the platform, okay, or get the platform ready to go, I should say. Okay, generate ideas with that content calendar, or ideally go to the content calendar for the ideas. Choose that type and then publish and manage. And when I say manage, I mean, again, going back to analytics or going back to the KPI that you align with that content to see if it's performing or not. Okay, so next question here. How do you target the right audience for your content? It's a very good question. You're not writing content for everyone. Let's be honest here. So you have to collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website, based on who's subscribed to your emails, based on who's following you on social media. So in other words, you have people interacting with you. okay, in different channels, and you need to understand who these people are. So, do they fit a certain age range or generation? Are they skewed more female to male? Education level? What's their affinity or interest? Okay, do they have a certain income? So you need to really break down your audience here, and you could do that in analytics. You could do that on social. You can do that just by looking at your email list. Okay, all those will paint a picture as to who your audience is.
I'm Greg Jarbo. I'm a member of the Market Motive faculty. In this first section, we're going to talk about what content marketing is, how it works, and also explore why it works. It seems like a new buzzword to you. It's actually a term that's been around for quite some time. It's just web search interest in content marketing has tripled since 2010, according to Google Trends. And that's why a lot of people are now just starting to get their arms around it. So, what is content marketing? Well, according to Rebecca Lieb, a friend of mine who wrote an article in Advertising Age, content marketing is not just a glorified way to say social media marketing. It's actually a little broader concept. So, content marketing does include social media, and you can use blogs, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Vimeo, LinkedIn, Google+, Pinterest, Foursquare, Instagram, Flickr, StumbleUpon, Tumblr, SlideShare, and Quora, and you can put all of those together in a content marketing program. And all of this content can be optimized so that it can be found in search engines as well as in social media or in the usual places like your website. One of the ways to sort of conceptualize this is the classic Venn diagram. Brian Clark of Copyblogger has put together a really interesting white paper called The Business Case for Agile Content Marketing, in which he's created this particular diagram that shows search, social, and content, and the overlap of the three is where he positions content marketing. And that may help you understand where it fits. It's sort of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but it also shows you both the potential leverage that you can get when you begin combining these elements, but also the potential conflicts you may encounter inside an organization who says, hey, wait a second, that's my job. And the real challenge to content marketing is getting people who have been doing their job independently, headed off in their own unique direction, to actually collaborate and coordinate what they're doing and leveraging each other's capabilities to create something that's a little more powerful.
And with that, we have come to the end of this video on Content Marketing Full Course. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions about the topics covered in this video, please ask away in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.